It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. It's not about Wisła Kraków, it is about Radomiak Radom with all the rolled R's as they have reached the Europa Conference League final. Not for the first time in this save, a Polish team has been to this stage, but this is the best chance they've got to actually win it. FC Utrecht, their opponents, have not reached any round beyond the playoff of any tournament. Today is their chance to get beaten the shit off by a Polish side and finally get that win. All that and more is coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. And such. I'm done. Thank you for the 35, and I can not speak for a moment.
This is Leo from the DAZN Bet support team. We regret to inform you that, as a business decision, we decided to permanently close your account. The decision is final, and we cannot tell you why we made this decision. Please refrain from creating any more accounts. Have a nice day.
Have you got into a bit of a fight with DAZN there, Don? Is that what's happened? Thank you very much for the 35 months as well. And Luboy, thank you very much for the 34 months. We're just working back. You'll have to see it. And J663 Beast, thank you very much for the follow as well. And now I'm out of breath. Oh, Christ. Let me just turn it down a little tiny bit. Bloody hell. It felt shorter. I think it's just because of I never actually start the song in the same place each time whenever we do the intro. So I'm just kind of vibing it and trying to listen through here. We've still got the... I do. Me and many of the CAF nations all support Infantino to the end of the earth. You're right, Pog. Pog's a little bit red this morning. She's been for a run.
Yeah.
Tell chat about your run, Pog.
I ran.
Cheers, Jeff. Pog is here. It feels like you actually haven't been around for ages on stream because of like various reasons, like us being away, you being away. Those are the reasons. Yeah. All of them. Pog is still red. She's, yeah.
My face takes forever to go down.
She does get quite flushed when she does any kind of running. It's fantastic.
No, it's not.
You just look really embarrassed to be there the whole time. It's far less embarrassing than not doing it. Exactly. So there we go. Exactly. Red like Wisła. I would say red like Radomiak, but not in any way at all. Hello, Afrojack. Hello, everybody. Oh, how many kilometers? Pog's first run in like what?
It was like a year, nearly a year.
Over a year, probably.
No, nearly a year, because it was the weekend before I started Blue
The 10k, yeah. So
nearly a year. It was 2.3k.
2.3k, but that was 18 minutes of straight running straight off the bat when you haven't run for nearly a year. Absolutely got to start somewhere, right? Gianni in Pogtino. Can I have £40 million, please? No. Oh. It doesn't hurt to ask, right?
Take this down, because I'm a bit worried about the wall.
I mean, you can do. Maybe don't do it right now. I'll probably have a shower. Look at this, chat. The wall chart is being removed. It's the 12th night in action. Can't believe it. I did have a look for if there was a Premier League wall chart you could get that would do what I wanted, but it doesn't appear that that actually exists. I'm guessing because the size of the chart would need to be enormous in order to continue to hold all of the matches that it would actually need to have on it. Oh. Get stung by a wasp. Don't let it put you off. Don't let the wasps win. You're like, oh, there's a spider. There was a spider behind it. Incredible scenes. That was his house, and you've just removed it from the wall. You foul woman. Qualifies for the round of 32. Oh, this is a good point. The round of 32 of the Premier League. Indeed. Oh, dear. It's a start, isn't it? Like, ultimately, it's... That first step is the most important one, followed by the second and third and fourth and such. That's amazing, man. Thumbnails, it takes a little while. Like, the problem you're obviously going to have, and I still have this now to a certain extent, is if you're like me, you don't want to outsource things. Hey, look, chat, we can actually see your text on screen again and everything now. You're not covered by the wall chart. Just Pog's face is now covered by you instead. It's just, yeah, you're taking a lot of things. Like, the only thing I delegate even to this day still is thumbnails. That's the only thing I don't currently do. And even occasionally I have a little go at those sometimes, and then I go, you know what, maybe not. I'll get there eventually, maybe. Wolf, it's a great song in it. I love a bit of Wilson Phillips. That song especially. I can't think of any other songs by Wilson Phillips, but that one just kind of, it bops off, doesn't it? It just does. How confusing they are in real life. Well, I mean, you're going to have to tell me now, right? Multiple, sorry, Paul. Well, I have like monthly wall charts. I could buy a subscription to Wall Chart magazine. The first one's $1.99, but everyone after that is £13.50.
I remember the Harry Potter chess set one.
Oh, yeah. I had the Lord of the Rings Warhammer one.
Yeah,
it was great.
I had the Harry Potter chess set. It was really made of really shit plastic.
Just spawned on the wall. Oh, yeah, they always are. £14 sounds about right. Yeah, for sure. Aesthetic postponed to start the league till the end of the month due to the pitches being rock solid and dangerous. I can see why. If it's is that the Essex Senior League? Because that's the same kind of level that our locals play at, but it is arid. It is arid out there, I've got to say. a couple of shoots ago. How far did the season go? So, actually, I'll catch up on that in just 1 second. First, even though we haven't got fantasy today, this is the standings. Leafy currently out on top there. Tomek in behind. Quite close behind that as well. But that's the current situation. Obviously, there's plenty of time to go. But today, we don't have any of that sort of malarkey because we're after Radomiak and then some scouting. And some loan extensions, which is going to be just a treat for all imaginable. So, this season has been a bit of a roller coaster, I guess. You're right, Paul.
If I play music or I'm in the shower, will you hear me?
No. Sure. Yeah. It won't come from the microphone. Okay. Play your music, Poggy. The Voddies can tell us if they can hear it. Hello, comrade. So, like, 1 second, Andrew. I do want to have a look at that because I'm very curious about this. I'm just going to do the recap, if you like. The smaller recap of the larger recap. Basically, our season finished in ignominy. Mostly because of these two games here against Atletico, where we got absolutely done by their 6'5" Erling Haaland striker, who is unstoppable, basically. And our goalkeeper letting, 4 off of basically, well, he just didn't do a lot in this game. And then in the second leg, we absolutely fried them. But still managed to concede their first 2 shots on target. And yeah, I've never had such head loss. I'm watching it. I say never. In 26, I've never had such head loss about a single match in FM. But that was what cost us our place in the Champions League. And it does kind of bring the curse back, sadly. So we kind of turned our attention over at that point to Club Island and, of course, the other Polish sides, who did very, very well indeed. Like, we are sat on an absolute gold mine of a year as far as coefficient points go for Poland. Unlike Germany, who have absolutely shat the bed this year. Where do they finish on the season? Another 13 points still gets you, 7th place because of how well this is concentrated towards the top. We are this close to them. Yeah, we'll do a bit of XG on the beach potentially as well. Harry Wilson. Yeah, how's he done in pre-season and stuff? Because I'm sad to see him go, but he obviously is getting paid very nicely there, right? Yeah, so Piast sacked Konrad Laimer largely because of their league performance, unfortunately. With them missing out on Europe despite reaching the Europa League semi-finals, they've binned off Konrad Laimer, which kind of sucks because I get the feeling they're now about to embark on an absolute shit show. Especially, and this is the worst part, if they don't have a manager, they're likely to not take any loans back from us. And I don't know if we've got any Piasklevica loans that are up this summer, but if not, they could very well be returning to the club at the moment. And that is a little bit of a worry for me because that could be the thing that just completely ruins them for the little while. Best Polish player, as in pure Polish, is probably Kowalski. Obviously, there's a lot of Spaniards in the Polish squad these days, but in terms of actually is Polish from birth, it's probably Kowalski. Let me just get rid of this for a second. Switch over to this for a moment. See if I can even find the bro. Sharpik is pretty good as well, actually. I don't think there's anyone better than him that's born in Poland at least. So of the national team, only he and Molski are actually born in Poland. I think. Yeah. So it probably is Jerzy Kowalski. And he's still only 22. We do know his big matches, right? Or is that not happened yet? Yeah, no, we did. We knew it ages ago. Oh, dear. Conrad will hopefully get another job, yeah. Yeah, we just sold Sasha Lukic to Ipswich for £9 million, which means we do have to check on Dazza and his tattoo, because that is a bad... As long as we sign people, it's fine. Loan length limit in Poland, same as everywhere else, 2 years. There's the loan length is always 2 years max, as in on a single loan contract. Sharpek has been in the national team, but he's not currently, unfortunately. An anime series. A new rival comes up. Well, mate, actually, it's funny you say that. It's very interesting that you bring that point up, because I did a little bit of researching. Molski's also in the national team, incredibly. And I may have found another goalkeeper. I don't have him fully scouted yet, but he might be the guy that most exhibits the things we were looking for as a result of finding what we liked in the goalkeepers. And it's this fella here, Lamine Keita. Now, he's not fully scouted yet, but he's big, and he can handle things with great one-on-ones, and he's got great throwing as well, and he's very agile. So I'm going to get him fully scouted, and it feels like he might actually be the last roll of the dice, potentially, as far as goalkeeper he maybe goes, potentially. And he's got a little bit of pace about him also, yeah. I feel like... So basically what I did is I took all the findings that we've made, which was basically, we want a guy who's Okimoto, but massive in the air. And this guy kind of, after a bit of attribute searching, ticks a lot of those boxes. Now, I feel like... Oh, no, it's a different dude, thank God. I thought it was a guy that we missed out on a couple of seasons ago. I don't believe it is. He's not Spanish Scourge either. And I think that he's definitely worth us a bit more investigation, right? He does look like he's lived in the mountains, and that's because he is the mountain. Bravery is a bit of a concern. I'm not sure how much I care about that. I mean... I'd be curious to know what our other keepers' bravery stats actually look like. It's one of the attributes we didn't really pay much attention to. Let's have a little looky-look at mental attributes. Who was the brave ones? Were there any brave ones? So the bravest of the bunch was... I mean, Okimoto only has 10. And the other guy that did well was Coleman, who only has 7. But the thing that Coleman had in common with them was he was big and tall and strong in the air. So I don't know how important bravery is. I mean, the game doesn't even seem to value it for any goalkeeping roles, which is kind of a good sign, I suppose. I mean, I prefer it to be good. Rim did well. He did better than he should have done, let's put it that way. When you look at the actual final numbers, if you like, it's already on goalies, isn't it? We just put it by... where has it gone? Goalkeeper analysis. Because I obviously played the last 2 league games, and I think... Who did I put in for the last 2? I forget. So we had... Coleman played 1. Oh no, he played both because he actually kept a clean sheet in the first one, so we therefore got to keep his role. So Coleman's numbers are a little bit better as a result of those last 2 games. And you can see that he actually put up a decent record. Overperformed his XG. Save percentage was actually better than Okimoto, despite being slightly, obviously, smaller sample size. But the other thing that he's got is he's big in the air. That seems to be the factor. You want Okimoto-type technical ability with pure bigness. And I think that's what we were... Now, Ayapong did have that to an extent as well, but he maybe had some other things that we didn't like. See you later, Vikings. Sleep well, my friend. Rest of the Glove Island contenders. I think that's likely it. We'll loan farm the rest of them. Because for me, I want to keep... Obviously, Okimoto stays around, of course. The rest of them will probably just loan farm, which is fine. In fact, I might do that now, actually, just so that we're getting ahead of the curve with these fellas here. Olakovsky, I think he already was loan listed, actually. Pineda, Mabanjwa. Someone's bound to take Rim, right? That's how it works. Transfer, loan status available for loan. Cool. Coleman, I think, gets to stay around as well, along with Okimoto, but especially if we sign Cater as well. But I want to be able to actually see his attributes, because for all I know, he's not as good as that. But the light blue was just entertaining to me when it kept coming up on all the searches I was doing. So that's a good sign, usually. I have done a bit of prelim scouting, just like looking at amateur players for... Not amateur players, sorry. I did a bit of Booth's Minutemen. And then I had a little bit of like targeted scouting on certain things, a bit of 20 is plenty, but I've left all the fun stuff really for today. That way we've got a bit of a backlog to work through in the meantime. So when we do start progressing, you can see that we've got like 109 listed there. And also, I think if I remember correctly, I went and restarted a couple of the recruitment focuses too, just to see if it could find anyone new, which it doesn't seem, or maybe it has. I think I already scouted these guys though. So potentially, because last summer the recruitment focuses absolutely popped off, and I'm hoping it's going to happen again, but I do also fear that it might just be a case of, because we hadn't used them before, there was a lot more of a net to cast, I guess. Oh, pure bigness. It does seem like pure bigness is the ultimate winner, for sure. Yeah, he might have won himself a place as a backup, potentially, if Lamine is actually as good as we think. But obviously the quest this year is to find a fourth choice striker, because our goal scoring was our biggest problem last year. As much as we scored a lot of goals, it was just weird. Like our top scoring striker last season, I think had like 17. That's low for this team. Gomes 17, Sharpek got 15, and then El Shankiti got 10. I mean, that's bad.
Happy
really
anniversary,
bad.
Brother Matt.
Smoke Father.
Thank you as always for the soothing background noise while working away. Hope you and your good lady are well. Plus, what is this rain stuff that is currently coming down?
I wouldn't know. We haven't had it. We had 5 minutes of rain on Thursday evening, I think, for about... No, Thursday during the day, or was it Wednesday? During the week for like 5 minutes. That was it. And that Mad Harlan guy, there's just no point, is there? Also, he's like £160 million, and he's also Spanish Scourge, which is sad. But luckily, a lot of those guys are sort of aging out soon, which is good. Maybe it will rain here later, but I don't believe it's supposed to. We're expecting some crazy temperatures next week, which is not going to be fun. I am so tired. I did 39,000 steps yesterday, which is a lot. A lot of those. Yeah, like, I'll show you the guy. The player in question is Medina. I think he's Spanish Scourge. I mean, he's great, obviously. Look at the state of him. This is he. Not even for... It's his wages more of an issue. He's also 31. Came through at Malaga. So he's not actually Spanish Scourge. He's borderline, potentially, but he is a little bit ridiculous. I still think there's a way that we could have handled him, though, and I didn't discover it and think about it until afterwards. So if we do face Atletico again, I do have a plan for him at least. So we have 3 teams. A-League first team, OFC Pro second team, and the reserves. Right. That's crazy. But I guess, hey, if you got the opportunity to have those squads, why wouldn't you, right? Because basically, we've got the Club World Cup probably next stream, right? And we're obviously in it again. So are Auckland FC twice again. This is their fixtures. They play on Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday in Group A's and D's respectively. This is not the first time that this has happened. We were in their group last time and got to smash them about a little bit because they played 6 group matches in 10 days. Sorry, 9 days. 6 games in 9 days is quite a lot. They're going to get absolutely ridden. Where was it that this happened before? Was it this year? This one, there you go. That was the one where we were in a group with them as well. They conceded 11 goals to Barcelona, which was fun. I get 32 caps because the Spain squad is so unbelievably stacked because of all the Spanish Scourge players and people like Adan Catalar and stuff, you know. I get season-long loans in Poland. Really? Huh. So you can't do like the end of next... To be fair, the end of next season thing is quite a specific bug. I say bug. Quite a specific thing that doesn't seem to show up on other days a lot of the time. National Team World Rankings. Yes, there is. So, if you go to any like National League page, so if I just go to Auckland FC, I can go to New Zealand. If you go in here and then go to Men's National Team... Wait, no. No, I'm an idiot. Oh, no, hang on. You can see it's there. But if you do it like that, it will only filter it by the region. So the best way to do it is to go up to World, into Continents, then to the continent of the world, then click National Team Rankings, and then it will show you the proper one. They are in 2 different groups, yeah. It is very much like playing in the Irish League, yes. I do not forgive those midweek games where we would have Tuesday and Thursday because of Europan Domestic was unreal. And bad. Very bad. But yeah, that's how you see them. It's not as easy as it should be, let's put it that way. Poland are nowhere near as high up as they should be either. Venezuela are doing very well because of the Spanish Scourge players, basically. You'll notice a lot of these nations are quite higher than you'd expect. If there's a chance that players can spawn from this nation in places like Spain, so Mali, for example, have quite high because of that as well. Venezuela, Colombia to an extent, but they're quite good anyway. Dominican Republic, for example, are 24th. Dominican Republic are 24th. They've got up 395 points, which I assume is over the course of the entire save, right? It's a shame you can't filter this and actually figure it out. Yeah, Guinea-Bissau in there as well. I mean, I'm trying to pinpoint any that have had really high increases. Argentina are 24th. Imagine a world where Argentina are below, technically, the Dominican Republic in the world rankings. 158 as well for Iran. Actually, that's just them doing well. DR Congo doing well. Greece are down 218. Insane. South Africa up to 38th. Poland up in 42nd now. Switzerland have fallen off really badly. Russia just obviously the same place as they were before because it's frozen, right? Peru are doing quite well as well. Yeah, so I did hear about Ireland potentially moving to essentially a more orthodox European schedule. But wasn't the reason that they didn't do that because of the clashes with other sports in Ireland? Or was that the reason that Irish teams play a lot on Fridays because of like GAA and stuff? Someone did explain this to me back in the treaty days and I can't remember the exact reasons. But I think it was something like that, right? Yeah, Bosnia down in here as well, though they've gained. Jamaica have fallen off quite hard. I just want to see if there's any crazy... I mean, the Philippines also are up 125 in terms of this too, largely because of the Spanish Scourge again. Albeit minor ones, but they do still get... Whoa, who's this? Andorra are obviously up to 97th in the world. That's insane that they're top 100. Nicaragua are doing pretty well, same reason. Basically, if they're Spanish-speaking in some manner, they're likely to have benefited from this in some manner. This is where it gets a little bit more squiffy. Anyone crazy bad down here? Niger have gone down quite a lot, actually. I've never really looked at the national rankings this deep in this one. Seychelles at the bottom, up the moustaches. Hello, suspect. Yeah, I think the Fridays thing was definitely to do with GAA, right? Yeah, so I saw the MLS is doing it too. I think it probably benefits most leagues if they can, for not have to do it for weather reasons, to be on the same calendar as the rest of the European ones, I suspect. But I'd be curious to see how that actually goes for them. San Marino, they're on the way up. Who could say? So, that's the plan. The first thing, though, and possibly the most important thing today, is obviously Radomiak. They have a genuine chance here. I had a little bit of a look at their opponent today, FC Utrecht, because I thought it was a bit strange that they were facing them at all, firstly. It's not the usual sort of late stage of a Conference League type of opponent. So I wondered what they'd been up to over the course of this save as far as their qualifications. Now, ignoring this season, because you can have a look at their run. So did pretty well. I think they came 5th in the group stage. But then ironically, they played Basel 3 times in a row in this, but they only narrowly beat Basel. Then they narrowly scraped past Red Bull Salzburg. They did beat Toulouse, in fairness, but the question is, did they deserve it? Deserved to lose the first leg, just. Second leg? Oh, they got so lucky. They did. They got so lucky in the second leg. Literally, 94th minute goal, took the game to penalties essentially, and then they won it on penalties after conceding 2.45 XG in the match. So they're very fortunate to be in the final in the first place. But in their recent seasons, last year, got knocked out in the league phase of the Conference League. Season before that, didn't even get into it, lost to Dinamo Tbilisi. Missed it. Conference League, got to the first round playoff, lost to Hammarby. Missed it. Playoff round, lost to FC Copenhagen. Did get into the Europa League phase, didn't get through. Europa League phase, didn't get through. Conference League, knocked out by Rijeka. I mean, there has never been a better chance in this save for a Polish side to win a European trophy. Radomiak have got to be the massive favourite for this by an insane amount. I wish there was a way that we could see like the predictions for the game, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't want to hit continue just in case. If anyone knows, you know that news article thing that we get in our inbox that tells like the percentages and stuff? Is there a way to see like the favourites and stuff for a game that we're not involved in, or is that being does it on the news page? So for the Conference League or for the club itself? I could look both, right? It should be a walkover, which means their goalkeeper is about to put in an absolute stormer of a performance, just like he did in the last round, and Radomiak will miss every chance they get. Because that Radomiak team is absolutely stacked. Yeah, trying to find the news item is going to be a tough one. The Football League, I don't know. I mean, do they even have a system like the pyramid, or is it more like the A-League, where it's just kind of a closed shop at the top and then underneath there's more stuff going on? Because I know they've been restructuring that as well, right? Right, let me go to Radomiak first, who are back to their... I can't believe we won the league by 16 points in the end, given how close everything was. So, record high, fortunate to beat Radomiak. Maybe that one? Polish League runner-ups are just about favourites to overcome the opposition in what will prove a tightly contested game. I mean, this feels like it should be... Oh my god, there it is! I can't believe I've actually found this news article. So I was genuinely not I don't think I've ever seen this as a news article before. This is what I mean, right? I didn't know you could even get this up. I've only ever seen this in my inbox about games I'm playing in. I didn't know it even made them for other teams. I figured it might do, but they are the favourites. 40% chance of winning to 33. That's actually a fairly heavy... And it's been played at Juventus' ground as well. Yeah, way too much effort to find that. And that was probably more luck than anything else. Me just having to click that, potentially, thinking it might... Sometimes these aren't even clickable either. And what's that one do? It just takes us to that. Either way, they have scored the most goals as well, with 38 goals across the entire tournament. Don't appear to have... Yeah, who's voting on a draw? I guess they mean after 90 minutes, right? That's the only thing I can think of. I just want to see who the top scorer in this tournament is. That's General Matt. I was hoping it would be one of their guys. Oh my god, there's 2 of them. The top scorer in the tournament, or the joint top scorer, in fact, is an Utrecht player, so watch out for Lars Meyer. But Pazos has got 9, and Marabesi has 8. So, that's not bad. Lars Meyer's got very good XG as well. Marabesi's decent on that too. Fair enough. I think it's just that the game is a constant season of discovery. Weiler managed 16 matches. Did they actually? Well, yeah, that guy made 15 appearances. 16 games. Which means Weiler must have gone in at like the earliest round imaginable and got fairly deep. Second round qualifying. So they went at the second round, knocked out Zalesnichar, Dinamo Tbilisi, and then Bran. Had the full group stage, then got all the way to the round of 16 as well. Awful big matches, though. Yeah, he does, possibly. But what I would say is, it doesn't seem to have affected him too much in their progression to this point. Oh, no. Apparently he does love big matches. Maybe it was Pazos. It's Pazos that doesn't like big matches. Well, doesn't feel comfortable in them, which I think is like the lowest rung of the negative ones in terms of... That's not like... Never shows up. I don't know. I mean... Marabesi seems to have a decent number of goals this season, right? He's got 26 in total, 8 in the Conference League. His form in the late stages. Let me just check what his late stage form in the... Jesus Christ, how many games? So Conference League for Marabesi. Wait, hang on. Can I see his entire season in the Conference League? But I can't see that about my own players. Oh, it only shows the last 20, and obviously there wasn't 20 games. Wait, does that not? Either way, this season he actually did poorly towards the beginning. Didn't score his first goal until the playoff round. Then he got 2 against Shamrock, 1 against Rinjni Mostar, none in that game. Scored against Lokomotiva, scored against Brumby. Didn't score against Lincoln Red Imps, ironically. Got an assist against Breithablik, a goal and an assist against Brumby in the quarterfinals, and a goal which proved to be the winning goal, in fact, in the end against Genk. So he does seem to go off around about 60 to 70, though. To be fair, they've got depth. They're a quality team. They're heavily reputation biased, of course they are, but it's... I think it's reputation and CA. It seems like CA, like your average CA does seem to form a factor. Either way, they should be winning this game. There's really no reason that they shouldn't be winning this game. But we've said this before, but this is the first time we've come to one of these finals where I feel like the Polish side is by far the favourite. The question is whether Svenny Boy did his business usually. Oh no! They lost the league! Svenny! The dynasty was being built and now he's messed it up, which is annoying because they actually have a really good player, don't they? That, I think her name's Hannah. Damn. So all because Roy Fleming left, it could be. Yeah, they lost by 2 points in the end. Was it at least coming for a while, or did they balls it up right at the end? Oh, they actually did. They lost... Oh my god. They dropped points in their last 2 matches. Cost them 4 points. Almost certainly lost them the league, right? Yep. Pogon won their last 2 games. Svenny dropped the ball. Literally a last day loss. Ah, Sven. Literally. For once, an ironic Sven. They will be in Europe, just not the big Europe. But then again, they did really well in the other Europe last season, so maybe this is an opportunity for them. Who is that? Have Pogon won it recently? Just want to make sure that this is like a... So it's their first title for a little while. I mean, Sven had won 4 straight titles with the Wisła Ladies, so he was doing something right. Slowly getting them in there. So it's not the end of the world, but they will be in Europe at least next season, just not the big one. But they did get to the semi-finals, I think, of the other Europe. I believe. Yeah, the Euro Cup. They lost... Oh, no, it was round of 16. Wait, no. Yeah, semi-finals. They lost to Sevilla in the semi-finals of the Euro Cup. So that's pretty good. Prediction for the game? Absolutely we can, yes. Yeah, Roy Fleming, unfortunately, has moved to Manchester City, so he's no longer being as effectual, sadly. Everything went wrong from there. Oh, I have to pay out the points as well. Will he mess up the intro? No, he won't, for a start. Make a new one. Forgive me for that, friends. And let's see if I can scroll back through all my Willy mess up the intros until I find the last final we reached. Oh, doesn't even go there. Cool. Oh, it's actually got some suggestions for me, none of which are correct. Will Radomiak, I'll make it nice and easy, win the ECL? That way we've only got 2 options, yes and no. Saves us any kind of like draw after 90 minutes malarkey. Don't know why I put no in capitals there. Right, I'll give you 2 minutes on that one as well. There you go. I think they should, but this is them. Turkey tier 2. Oh, I can't scroll. Oh my god. This here, whatever this says under here, this here is too much. It spreads out so fast. It's not even really a pyramid as such. It's just a big block with one thing on the top, isn't it? That is... The fact that it already splits to 3 leagues, essentially, after the second tier. Indeed, it looks like one of those royal family trees. Particularly it doesn't seem to split that much wider beneath that. It's like a stocky lad with a massive head. I quite like the idea of it actually getting smaller at the bottom. Hello, Peace. I'm brilliant. Just a bit tired today, but hopefully Radomiak can spar me into life with a win in Europe. It's a funnel. It's exactly that. It is a funnel. Oh, dear. That is... Oh, yeah, Spain know how to make a pyramid. Like, historically, Spain have been very good at making pyramids. I assume the women's structure is similarly as ridiculous. That is... I guess eventually this will get sorted out, right? It's just the spillage, isn't it? The league spillage and such. Spain and Italy know how it's done. They start pretty early as well. Like, those lower leagues in Spain. Egypt, I mean, you say that, but they could learn a thing or two about this from the Spanish. I bet the Egyptian pyramid doesn't look quite like that. I actually don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe they've got it right. They know what they're doing, right? Okay. War Nationals League, but they haven't confirmed the pro relevant what. Yeah. And I suppose there'll be lots of infighting about who does what, right? It is on the title, does keep track of our keepers in the save, dropping them, making them us lose. Oh, I keep... Hang on. It is on the title, does keep track on our keepers in this save, dropping them and making them us lose. Oh, as in like, does us constantly dropping keepers in the last save, last season potentially make us lose more? I can't imagine it was a benefit, but also we won the league. Sven wasn't a keeper. He was technically... I mean, sorry, no, that's not true. Sven was a keeper, just not in the traditional sense. He's a keeper in the same way that Manuel Hansen is a striker, I suppose, but not really. England's one seems to work pretty well, although it is quite, yeah, as you say, it's got like a... It's like those large buildings you see that have got the radio mast on the top, where it just goes up and up and up and up and up. Steinbergen is 22, yes. He's, I think he's been 32 for a... Oh, no. Fucking hell. I know it probably would have shown up towards the top of this, but I was worried. He does enjoy big matches. Okay, that's a load off of my mind there. That could have been very bad. Not that I would have dropped him in any way. He's still the GOAT, right? But I would have... We've got quite good luck with our youngsters coming through with big matches, right? Because Kowalski has them too, does he not? I think. Enjoys them. They're not great, but they do the job. Yeah, it is weird that it pops in. I like the fact that they just wake up on their 22nd birthday and go, love a big match, me, basically. It's commercial success. There will be a second season, but it won't be Glove Island. It will be very specifically XG on the beach, because we need a fourth choice striker for next year, because the one problem we've had this season is injuries to strikers have meant that we've been far too diminished in that role, to the point where I've actually had to unironically play Manuel Hansen as a striker, which obviously is fun and all, but it does show a lack of depth there. So there is a very strong chance that Blanco does come back in this summer as well. So I think he might already be back. Yeah, technically he is because of that stupid loan. So we do have Elkin Blanco as an option as part of that. And I feel like he should get to compete. Although we get, yes, another injury-prone striker. We love an injury-prone striker, right? Oh, to sub. I don't know what we'd even look for if we were to do a third season. Do with Hansen now then. Oh, Hansen's still going to be the guy around. We'll play him in games. He's just going to have to be... We could put him as part of XG on the beach. He could get to compete in it, just like he did sort of in Glove Island. But as an actual contestant, so he'll get a proper number and everything. That might be a good way of testing that, actually. I'm glad we've got some information, though, on what I think is going to make us better in terms of goalkeepers. Hello, Dan! Thoughts on Sasha Lukic leaving? And our new men? Although, actually, have we spoken about the Garcia and Palacios arrivals? It's a crossover, exactly. It's good to have a guy with a bit of consistency that goes from one show to the next, right? Might have thought. I mean, I think... Remember that he's a 4-star CA player in a Champions League challenging level side. So while the game might not have him as like world class, I'm not sure exactly where his PA would like you to be. But also you've got to remember that Poland's youth rating is still fairly low in the grand scheme of things. He's probably in like the high 150s, maybe 160s. A name replace possibly would be the next option, actually, because by that point he's there. Blanco needs game time. I did think about it. If there was a right bid on someone like Gomez, maybe, even though he's the Ballon d'Or holder. Anyway, should we maybe get into the game? We could discuss this during their match. It's certainly on the cards. Were the right offer to come in. So are they starting? I assume they are, yes. They've got their Vanthrokokolis. What a great name. Sorry, no, hang on. That's not even Kokolis. Vanthrokokolis. Great shout. 162. And bear in mind, 162 from a Polish team's youth intake is very high. I think that Jersey's probably higher. But if he is, Jersey I feel like might be hitting up towards the 170s. Maybe. But he's still very good. Yeah, they've got a guy called Benjamin in their team who is a player they signed that I didn't even realise they had. He's unreal. He's such a good player. I love these pre-match things. They're so fun. Thought maybe 170 to 180. The thing is, we had no reference point for it because all we could see were the stars. And, like, you just don't really know until you sort of see where they kind of line up, essentially. They've got a goalkeeper called Splinter and a penis on the bench. Wait, Zions? They have their own Zions? Or did I loan him to them? I don't think I did. Right, here we go. Let me get that up for us as well. I like their kit as well. I think the idea of us getting anyone that was close to 180 in our intake would have been absolutely unreal. Probably would have been if he was one of the best intake players I'd ever had in FM, if he was in that kind of range. So maybe it was over-egging the pudding a little bit on that. I don't know what the highest PA I've ever had on a youth player. I can't remember what Janos Toth would have been. I think he might have been in the 170s as well, right? Shame he came through so late. If we'd have had Janos 5 years earlier in that save, I think he... Oh, good lord. Oh, Oscar, watch it. That was a bit of a naughty one. This is full match, yeah. Is there potential chance? 186 for Janos. Okay, yeah, 186 is very high. His name is just Wes. That's good. Has he got any other names? Or is just straight up Wes? Well, that's the first shot of the game, but that should be relatively easy. What kid in this transfer window are you most excited about? You're going to have to be a bit more specific. What do you mean, real life? Or, like, which Wonder Kid specifically? As in... I didn't know we had... I mean, we've obviously got our own Wonder Kids. Is that like ones we've already signed? Because honestly, we actually don't have a lot of pre-arranged transfers this time around. What we've done is quite a lot of... we've done a lot of prelim scouting on a set of players while we were building up a little bit of extra cash, with the idea that we could go shopping in this summer once a lot of them turn 17, like the Thai winger and stuff like that. There's about 10 players on that list, I'd say, that I'm willing to go and have a little look at. Oh, the list. Probably the Thai winger, I would say. Because Thai guy, right? Looks like he might have a bit about him. There's also Kevin, the Ecuadorian striker, who will be joining us this summer, I think. There's a few in there, basically, but none of them obviously have a sign for us yet. So, and there's a chance that some of them don't this summer just because they're obviously quite young still. Not all of them will have turned 17 yet. But we'll work our way through that, of course, along with some more scouting today, because I do want to find some strikers based on interesting criteria to complete the XG on the beach lineup. Xavi and Hernandez. They're regenning them, but only as goalkeepers, it would seem. They've also got two Hernandezes, technically, because they've got Thomas Hernandez as well at centre-back, who's only called Hernandowski because of his Poland caps. The Tiger image, I can picture it in my head. It's fine. We can trigger the meme without even having to show it these days. Hello, Dazza. How are you, my friend? Hope you're well today. Oh, go on. Benjamin! I think he's offside. I mean, they've waved play on, which means he probably wasn't, but... The referee, I don't know, can the referees do advantage for offsides in FM? Either way, those are the sort of chances you've got to be scoring. Match speed, it'll be whatever the default match speed is, basically. So, I think I have it on 1.25, because I find that that was actually onside. I find that one match speed is just too slow, it doesn't look realistic, and they need to have really like a 1.1 to 1.5 speed. I think that would actually be more realistic as far as the players looking like they're actually playing. I always find that the default speed is just a little bit too slow. But yeah, their backline is insane. When you actually look at the players they've got here, him not so much, but Hernandowski, Kwasiolpud, and Akbash, those three are unreal defenders. All of them are internationals for good sides as well. Akbash is a Dutch international, I think, ironically. Kwasiolpud plays for Colombia, I believe, and Hernandowski obviously is a Polish international, but that's just because he's really good. They are all fantastic defenders, and I think that's part of the reason why they do so well, and they're very strong in the air too, which really helps. I know no need to dress up. It's not a final. Ooh. Right place to go tie. That's true. It does kind of look like a tie. Well, as long as I stand really still and don't exaggerate my movements in any way. Wesley Queiroz Cavalcante. Wes is good. It's just it doesn't sound like a Brazilian sort of shortening, does it? You feel like it would have been shortened to just straight up Wesley or something. Wes just sounds like he's from like Stockport and his mates called him that at school. Did he do a summer abroad by any chance? Oh. 170, that's pretty high. I wish that back in the day I did like the way that we do the looking forwards now, where I go and check that kind of stuff, because I've been curious to know if any of the Polish players I had back on my back on the original Poland save in Polonia were that good. People like Blasey Lisik potentially, and maybe not Fijarczyk. There was another guy, Karol, whose name I'm sure I could say now, but I couldn't at the time. He was particularly good, but refused to be used by the national team manager in that save because of the position he played. Ooh, that's a foul. I am a bit worried about the fact they've already had an insane chance of mucked it up already, though. Hold those pecs. I don't think my pecs are all the way up here, are they? Maybe? I don't know enough about anatomy to even know the answer to that. Okay, we're going to eat a load of those. International Women's Competition. Yes, they are. I believe so, anyway. I think when it's... Because bear in mind, the women's competitions and stuff... The way the women's game has been implemented is exactly the same as the men's. So if the competition exists, it's in the game, basically. As far as I know, at least. I mean, maybe there's some smaller ones that aren't, but I imagine they probably are. I wonder if SI's World Cup license stuff, for example, extends to the Women's World Cup for next season. Because that would be kind of... Well, that's a good pass, actually. Go on. It does seem like Radomiak have definitely got more attacking threat. They seem to be able to take on players a little bit more easily, but that miss from Benjamin is a worry. That said, being ahead in one of these games has not really proven to be that successful for Polish sides in the past, given, for example, the last final that we saw. But yeah, I believe they are in. But I'd be curious to know if specifically the license... Yeah, I wonder if they've maybe got an extended license for the... As in, what I mean by that is, I know that it's not licensed in FM26, but I wonder if they have a license for FM27 as part of that, potentially. Maybe. I'm glad they at least had the sort of generic license set up, though, for all the other tournaments afterwards, because it would kind of suck if after the tournament it went back to being completely blank. But the generic stuff actually doesn't look too bad, to be fair. They've done a reasonable job with that. Yeah, I mean, it feels like an absolute easy win, right? Just to have it in there. Even if perhaps we won't interact with it as much, but still, it's a cool tournament. Oh, I got an itchy ear. Oh, super itchy, bloody hell. They do have the trophy, do they actually? The Jedi Mind... Yeah. I think it's just that they've got a single animation for the trophy lift, don't they? And then they haven't factored that into the actual size of the trophies. Niakate... Oh, shit, don't book him too early. I mean, at least he's on the pitch. The fact that they even got to this round is crazy, considering that Niakate got sent off 11 minutes into their second leg against Brumby, where they were 2 goals down, and they still won the damn game. And deservedly so as well. That kind of makes sense, to be fair. Yeah. Those are the little things that you think hopefully will be more easy to implement, and we do see a continuing increase of the types of animations. Like, I'm really glad that with 26... it does seem like players, when they're dribbling with the ball, there is a bit more purpose to it. And I like some of the little skill moves, kind of, that you see from players. Like, I actually saw a guy do a roulette the other day in one of the highlights I was capturing. I believe it was Spasiv Panov, the Brookbet dude. Right before he scores a goal against Barcelona in the playoff round, he does a little random roulette in the penalty area for absolutely no reason. Like, it's clearly a deliberate animation, but it's just cool that those sort of things even exist, because that sort of stuff was always so missing from... older FMs, where players were just... they had no flair to them, even the guys with really high flair. Occasionally you see a Rabona, but that's about it. A QOL feature do go on. I mean, I could think of tons. I can't even remember what croquettes actually are. Is that like the little, like, the flip-flappy type thing? Restore a lineup from a previous game. What, so you kind of give it the... I guess it kind of... like... Is that going to stay in? No. Close though. TSRT! Thank you for the 52 months. How are you, my friend?
Monthly check-in. Hope all is well.
Oddly staccato there from Stream Nana. Thank you, friend. I'm fantastic. I hope you're well as well. You joined us in the middle of a Europa Conference League final too, so we'll be a lot weller were Radomiak to actually go and win this, but they've already missed a massive chance so far. So restore a lineup from a previous game. Oh, you mean like from a match that was like prior? Oh, that would be so good. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Because they're kind of... you get like half of that with the next match only thing. But the problem with that... yeah, no. It'd be good to basically... I think that would be better actually than next match only. Because then you could make the changes without having to think about that. And then when you inevitably get it wrong, you just switch it back again afterwards. That's a great shout. Oh my god, what the hell? Are we going to score off this as well? Wait. Go on. No! Dyron, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's very, very nice of you, my friend. I hope you're well. I very much appreciate that. I was really hoping Radomiak would score off of that specific attack. Just don't unpick the team afterwards. Oh, hang on. Go on, Oscar. Blocked again. They're looking good. Save line. I guess, but the problem with save lineups is that... I mean, I guess that would work. But at the very least, if you had just the ability to, like, restore for the last 5 or something... then obviously there'd be players that were perhaps unavailable. It could, like, when you try to input it, it could say this player is unavailable for the game, but it would give you a drop down to select who you want to put in straight away, rather than having to, like, dick about with it. It does feel like some of the team selection stuff is still very archaic. The tie guy is this by any chance? To a cinema near you. Did they actually have a shot out of all that? Oh, the squad planner. It's such a weird thing that they put that in, made a big deal of it, and then just never did anything with it beyond that. And I always hoped that when they first brought it in, fine, it's the first year of it, whatever, but it's basically remained untouched since then, and it's a shame because a lot of the time when SI bring in that kind of stuff, it's usually a 3-year thing. So the first one comes in to establish it, then you get another year where they improve it, and then the third year is where the perfection, in theory, and the polish comes in. But the squad builder thing squad planner just kind of remained exactly as it was the entire time. I think there's a lot they could do with team selection that would incorporate the squad planner, systems like that, and it would make people very happy, potentially. But maybe it's not enough people that would care about that kind of stuff. Not everyone's as neurotic about those things as we are. Broken the bed, never slept in it. Exactly, yeah. They bought a brand new mattress and it's still uncurling. Oh, Oscar, go on, shoot. No! Okay, I do have a feeling that Radomiak might be one of those teams that like to overplay it a bit. Because they've had a few little shooting angles here and they've refused to do it. And sometimes it is nice to just have a shot occasionally, lads. Because if they are going to lose the ball in this... Okay, maybe from a bit closer than that, right? Hello, Metal Moon. Amateur League search. Oh, amateur leagues. Oh, especially in the Netherlands, yeah. To be fair, the Netherlands itself is great because you find a lot of these good players in the Netherlands. And given that you're already in the Netherlands, you can start finding them sooner because you don't have to worry about like scouting range and stuff. So you could build a very good team out of players. Say, for example, if you were in Belgium too, it's such an early game an early game thing that you could do really good things with it. What's easiest man in? Assman picks him in lesser rep matches. Yeah. Like, oh, that's even more perhaps advanced than even what I'd want to have. But as in, I'd want that. But if I was being like realistic about what else I could maybe do, I want to be able to set the squad planner up with the priorities for each position, like you kind of can, and simply have it so that when I go to my assistant and ask him to pick the team, I can pick the priority for the game, and it then picks the players according to the squad priorities that I have designated. That's what I would love. And I would also like them to improve the squad selection screen where, you know, when it tells you where your assistant's predicted or like the lineup that he would suggest for the game. And then the suggestions that he suggests are usually appalling no matter how good your assistant is. And the logic that he uses as to why a player should be in the team are so dumb it's actually insane. It'll be things like, wow, look at that. Has performed well in training lately, and it's like a 37-year-old who's 1-star CA that is nowhere near good enough for your team, but he's performed well in training lately, so naturally put him in for the Champions League final. It's stuff like that. And also, he can never seem to decide which side a player is supposed to be on. So I've noticed that if I have two central midfielders that I play a lot, and I'm always picking them, before every game, my assistant wants to change them over to the other position, even if they're the same role. Even if I'm letting him pick the team. So if I then went with his suggestion, the next game he would say, actually, no, they need to be the other way around. It's like changing things for the sake of changing things. Spirits are high. Or his pace means that he should be in the team or something, and it's like a goalkeeper. Feels like unavailable, for instance, where they only apply to selected player. Oh. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't understand why the unavailable filter hides players that are in your lineup already. Because the reason I'm selecting unavailable is to see who's available, right? But it's mostly so I can see who's on the bench to replace the guys that are actually injured. So by hiding them from the actual starting 11 ping, I then can't find them to change them out. It's such a simple little thing. All it needs is like a barrier, essentially. That means that if they're in the starting 11 or the bench, they don't show up. They still show up. Or another button or another filter or something that's like unavailable outside of first team or something. Little things like that. Breaks the roles. Oh, God. Yeah. I feel like that doesn't happen as much as it did, but there was that annoying thing where he would move players on your in and out of possession tactic very much so, yeah. Because then you'd get into a game and you'd wonder why on earth exactly your players are switching over all the time in the middle of the match. I guess it does depend a little bit, yeah. We did have him actually change roles on players one, though. That one I never understood. And I feel like it was actually a glitch when that was happening, where he was actually changing the role itself, which should not be part of that scope at all. Yeah, it's the I must be doing some things. I have to justify my existence type thing, you know? This game has got really stale since that little opening they had. They're controlling possession less so, but I just feel like they're going to get counterattacked at some point if they keep trying to build up the way that they are, especially with how much they just sort of hold onto the ball in places. Yeah, he has good pace, and it's always for a role that is like not particularly dependent on pace. Good lord, look at Niakite is an absolute dynamo. He's everywhere. I really do like as well the Radomiak goalkeeper's distribution. I feel like in this game, so far at least, he's actually done a really good job at picking out players in green with some of these clearances. And I wonder why, because my goalkeeper seems to just twat it most of the time. Although maybe it's just that we're only ever seeing him do that when there's a highlight coming to make a mistake. No, unfortunately, we're not in a final. We got absolutely ridden by Atletico's 6'5" beast of a man, and then got ridden in the second leg by Atletico's goalkeeper, who made 16 saves against us. That's going to haunt me, that game. Probably the worst game I've ever experienced. It's certainly up there in the top 3, I think, of some of my most frustrating FM matches to watch, because it did just feel like one of those games that we were never going to be allowed to win it, which is such a shame. Because we had those 2 late chances in that one too. That Sharpek one that he pushes over the post, and that point-blank save he makes down to his right that I've just never seen my goalkeepers do that. Insane ability from him, but... and he's probably not even that good of a keeper. He probably is. He's probably just another Spanish Scourge monster. Suggested ACL injured CM should start. Yeah, that's a bad one. You don't want that. I've not seen that happen just yet. It'd be even worse if the game, because your assistant had picked him, allowed him to start as well. Just hobbling around on the pitch. It's the last thing you bloody need. So has Bruno actually signed for Arsenal now? Sorry, I saw something about this earlier, and every time I look at it, it feels like there was progress being made, but then no progress being made. So have they actually officially signed for him? Oh, they have? Okay, cool. I know it was rumoured for ages, but it just kind of like... I wasn't sure if it had finally gone through. It seems like with a lot of these transfers, they're essentially announced and confirmed, and then a week later it actually happens properly. 75 million plus extras is pretty decent, I suppose. Not needing to sell. But don't they actually kind of have... I don't know what their situation with regarding SCR is. I thought they had a right-sided player called Bloke then. I realise it's Blake. I'm assuming it's Blake. But no, I haven't seen that. In the end, yeah, I mean, 75 million is a reasonable amount. Plus, depending on what the add-ons are. Here we go, something, here we go, indeed, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like with the Fulham ones with Garcia and Palacios, where they were here we go constantly, and then it actually fell apart entirely, but then that was fine, apparently, because that was reported that it was completely gone. Although it does look like Pitarch is looking closer and closer to us now, which is good, although Mourinho's apparently wanted him to stay, but Blake is facing the game. Really? He's one of the few facing the games that snuck through. I wish we could actually check on him properly, but we can't because I can't go into like any other menus. Leon get a decent cut, do they? Well, you won a friendly... Who was it you were playing a friend? I know Newcastle won a friendly yesterday, right? Because... Didn't I hear that Alanga got stretched off in that game because of a... Was it Jose Gaia? Was it Valencia? Gaia put in some absolutely heinous tackle on him apparently in a friendly, and he got red carded in a friendly match or something. What are you doing? I love Jose. You know how much I love Jose Gaia as a player. He was one of my like standing, pretty much every showdown I would pick Jose Gaia because he was such a versatile player, but like crazy behavior. But apparently Alanga's not injured at all. Like he's absolutely fine. He just basically got away with it a little bit in that sense. Shea Charles. I mean, I feel like there's room for both, especially if now that we've sold Sasha Lukic. Like it looks like the Shea Charles thing is moving forward as well, potentially. Apparently there was like a Saints fans forum where the club were a bit cagey about it in a way that suggested that he might be leaving. But I'd happily take Charles and Pitarch. We do need the depth now, particularly with Lukic out the door. Ipswich building Fulham B. I really hope they do well, actually, because Lukic and Diop are great signings for Ipswich. Lukic especially. He is such a dirty player. He gets booked and red carded so often for a winger. I wonder if he has really high competitive streak. For player's injury. Oh, Leffler did his ACL at the start of the season, came back the week before the UCL final, and did his ACL again. Was it the same one or a different one? Because that is... It's the Olufemi John story, really, isn't it? That's appalling. I hope he wasn't too much of an important player for you. Yes, the Millwall keeper that saved every penalty. Yeah, they won like 2-0 in the penalty shootout, did they not? Was that against QPR? Also, speaking of that, Carabao Cup. Is this a new thing for this year, or did they do this a couple of years ago too and I just never noticed? Playing Carabao Cup games on a Saturday or like on a weekend. It feels really weird. Official Kraz, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. Who do you support? You got rid of Iwobi. Iwobi's unbelievable. I will not stand for Iwobi slander. He's an unreal player. He brings so much like intensity and like a different vibe to our midfield when he's in the team that the others just simply have not had. I love Alex Iwobi because he's so versatile as well. We can play multiple positions. He's one of those players that I feel like, although I must admit, when he came back from after AFCON, he definitely didn't seem to be the same, didn't seem quite as good before. It's super, super weird. But has it? I don't know. I feel like it's... I mean, obviously I'm not paying attention to the early rounds, but I just don't remember them being on weekends. It feels like Carabao Cup to me is just... I associate it with midweek. it just feels so midweek. Almost all the games just feel like they should be played in the dark. Oh, I know it's only the first round. There'll be no room for it otherwise. But I think I like it if it is a new thing. I think it is kind of sick. Pushback football leagues, the players get more of it. But that makes sense, actually, because of the World Cup and stuff, I guess, right? Still cool, though. Mallorca beat PSG's reserve squad. I mean, hey. Is that relegated to the second tier of Spain, Mallorca, or third tier? That's a cool idea. I think it kind of suits it because it gives people a little bit of early football and it's competitive and it's the cup and it's a Saturday too, which is just kind of nice. And it's also the same weekend as FA Cup extra preliminary round was yesterday. We're signing Real Madrid players all of a sudden because our manager is Alvaro Beloa, who was manager of Real Madrid and also Real Madrid Castilla. So he has a lot of knowledge of these players, specifically the younger ones. He's like, yeah. It's not new, isn't it? I could have sworn it was. So hang on, this happened at the weekend last year as well. Yeah, I know. Oh, sorry, you asked the reason why we were signing... Sorry, you asked me why we were signing players from Real Madrid. I just assumed that the reason... Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, we're looking for a few more as well, it would seem. Yeah, I just don't remember it ever being the first round on the weekend before. It's cool, though. I like it. Garcia, I think... I've seen some little clips of him in a friendly, a closed doors friendly against Palace, albeit, right? But he did look very good, right? Rob, thank you very much for the 33 months. But why? I mean, but what? Because they're excellent footballers. I mean, that's probably the reason, actually, to be honest. Hey, Pog. It's good to have football back, isn't it? Oh, of course, there was that extra qualifying round, wasn't there? Yeah. That came in last season, didn't it? Or was that the year before? I assume that came in with the slight change to the way that the European qualification worked, right? When UEFA switched over to the sort of the ability to have more than like 7 teams in Europe that season. First few cup rounds before the season. I think they should play them all in one season for like three years of cups early rounds in 1 year. That way they don't have to play them at all for a couple of seasons. Give the players a real break. I reckon that's what you do. You just draw the first round like 3 times. And then you have to play 3 matches in a row. And that sets your rounds for the next 3 years. Get them out of the way quickly, you know? In a bubble, no less. That does feel like a Scottish thing to do, doesn't it? Yeah. It is good to have it back. I mean, I went to the FA Cup extra preliminary, literally the exact earliest possible round of the FA Cup yesterday. And it's a vibe, man. It was such a good game, wasn't it, Pog?
It was really good.
It was great. Literally, we were playing March Town, and who I think actually are in the same division as us, but they looked pretty up for it. Scored in like the first minute of the game. Oh no, the first 10 minutes of the game. We scored, yeah. And then we got a red card right on the stroke of half time. Then March scored straight off of that. Second half starts straight away. Or like, they score immediately as well. So then we're 2-1 down with 10 men. And then March did nothing. No, not the first round. It's not called that. It's the extra preliminary round, I'll have you know, because the FA Cup is weird. And then, yeah, Ely got a 96-minute equaliser to force a replay at March. Oh, incredible. I love the FA Cup. It will be midweek, yeah. I don't think it's this Tuesday because I think we've already got a league game midweek, but it'll be around that sort of period. It's very congested for lower league sides at this point, but I love the FA Cup. It's the first FA Cup game I've been to, certainly the lower leagues anyway. It's just great fun.
And that bloke saying that.
Oh, there was a fan who was, what's the word I'm looking for? Very enthusiastic, we should say. Just yelling abuse at the referee pretty much the entire game. Yeah, hope you like hospital food ref was a particularly poignant take. He's on Tuesday. Was it actually? Jesus. Maybe we don't have a midweek game then. Or they've rescheduled it because of the replay. That makes sense. Yeah. Cause fixture conditions for the winners? Probably, but that's lower league football, isn't it? Most of these teams don't expect to go too deep into the FA Cup, so any progress we can make in the FA Cup is very good for us because the likelihood of progressing past the first qualifying round, I forget, is fairly slim. No, it might not even be the first qualifying round. It might be the first preliminary round. Depends on who you get. Port Vale, no, I didn't see a scrap. That sounds good though. Tell me about the scrap. Cancel the league game against Thetford. Fair enough. This is more important than that. The attendance was brilliant too. It was easily the most fans I've seen at one of the games. Play Ipswich Wanderers. Oh, that would be good. Ipswich Wanderers are not a bad side, and also we lost to them literally 2 weeks ago. In fact, it was last weekend. We were 2-0 up and threw it away, which is not ideal. Smaskir, thank you very much for the follow. And Ard with the 34 months as well. You love to see it. It does seem like there's a lot of, like, early punch-ups happening in, like, pre-season and stuff. What's up with that?
Hello, Matto and Chatter.
Hello.
Ajax are finally looking like a good club again. Face holding back tears emoji.
What did Ajax do? Wait, didn't Ter Stegen? No, Ter Stegen didn't sign for Ajax, did it? It was someone else. Wasn't he on loan at Ajax last season or something? I saw something about Ajax and Ter Stegen. Might not have been Ajax. No, I think about it. Raina, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, he did. Look at me knowing things. I can't believe this. I need to stop doubting myself. And slide him through. Oh, it's a good save. Oh, they got Brandt as well. Okay. Ely Fictionist. I don't know if they sell those, Paul. I bet I could just make one, right? A map for me. Oh, show me the maps. Love to see a map. Punch you right up this. Is it? What, in Thetford? I mean, to be fair, I used to know a girl. I used to date a girl that was from Thetford, and it was fine, I guess. I didn't want to spend too much time there, I guess. It was all right, I guess. So who is the new Ajax manager? Appreciate the geographic. Oh, I'm here for it. Really? Oh, hello. Oh, that's lovely. The only thing it's missing, probably, is a team like just about here, maybe. Or maybe that little gap there. Now, forgive me, my German geography is pretty slim. What is around about here? This would be like a giant, impassable, the Darien Gap of Germany. It'd just be a forest, yeah. What about maybe down here? Perhaps, I don't know. But that's still a very nicely spaced one. Particularly when you'd think that usually it'd be quite clustered towards major cities. It's like Poland. Get them in there. Get Wisła in there. We can do it. Scrapping with each other. I mean, I guess you got to warm up. It's like playing a friendly against your reserves, right? Scrap against yourselves. But that, in fact, is in Germany. There you go. Oh, so get Carl Zeiss up, maybe. They're decent. YouTube series, yeah. No, they'd have no reason to be aware of it. They'll probably be aware of it, well, maybe they won't. I don't know how much attention they pay things when it launches. And to be fair, if it's crap and no one cares about it, then they probably won't be aware of it then either. What I must say, though, is the player that scored the opening goal for Ely yesterday is one of the few players that actually is in the FM database playing for them and is still with me in the second season. So that was cool to see him score and actually put like a face to a face to a blanked out face in my face pack. He's the captain now as well, which is kind of cool. Because unfortunately, there's only about 3 or 4 of them that are in the FM database version of Ely that are actually there at real life still. I need to find these. These maps all feel like they come from the same, or is this the Wikipedia ones? That's pretty nice. But there's a little gap here, though. Little gap there, though. Dutchies, get someone in there. It's like, Matt, that's a river. You can't have players on the river. And in Scottish Prem last year. Odd decision. I don't know what odd decisions we're referring to because I haven't watched it close enough to know what odd decisions were. Unless it was that handball that definitely was a handball that everyone said wasn't a handball. But I would have obviously loved to have seen Hearts win the league. And I say this as a person who has a shitload of Hibs fans in his family. But it looks like Hearts have... I mean, didn't Hearts get beat 6-0 midweek by Benfica or something? And now might not even make it through to the Conference League group stage or something. I guess it is Benfica, but... It's not looking great for Scott. Hang on, Rangers, speaking of that, Rangers lost to fucking Jagiellonia, did they not? I can't remember if it was 1-0 or 2... No, it was 2-1, wasn't it? I think Rangers got one back. Either way, that's not a great look. Would have been better for the game. Yeah, it's like... It would have been nice to see someone else win the league for once. But don't they still have to play a qualifying round for the Conference League? I don't think you could drop straight into it from the round they were at, right? Or maybe they do. Go on. Okay, lads, please, I beg of you, shoot the football. It's because Radomiak get in really good positions and will not shoot. They're the exact opposite of us. Yeah, I don't know who they're playing in it. Because realistically, they're not going through, are they? So I don't know who they'd actually face. Ooh, deflected over the bar. Yeah, Motherwell... Oh, Christ, who was it? I actually listened to a thing earlier that was talking about specifically this. Hang on, I'm going to find it. Because that way I can look smart and pretend that I knew it the entire time. I'll find my little notes. I made notes about Scottish football before stream today, specifically because I knew this would come up. Look at me go. You're just not used to me doing this now. What was it? I'm looking up. Where's it gone? No, I've lost it now. Oh, HJK. Of course. And Skendia. Love to see it. That was a dreadful first half, by the way. Like, pretty much the entire XG for the two teams was that one chance that Radomiak had right at the beginning of the game. They're just kind of... Is anyone doing well? Quam's kind of struggled. Pazos has struggled. Marabezi. Nobody's done really well at all in this game so far. In the lead. Oh, really? But they still lost in the end. I swear they did lose, right? Maybe I misheard it. Oh, Dan. Yeah, sorry. When I say listening, this wasn't actually listening. I was just having an article read aloud to me. These days, as far as football podcasts, obviously Fulhamish to get Fulham stuff. Football cliches, sweeper. When Alcott's doing it, I like the ripple effect as well. Just for something a little bit different. Do I listen to anything else? That might be it, actually, as far as football podcast. What I really wanted was one that would do me daily stuff, but there just doesn't seem to be one that does that. And I'm not usually interested in a lot of the analysis things. I'm more looking at, like, I want to be able to find factual stuff, which is kind of what I do. So I just look through, like, aggregate stuff. I did listen to the Ramble a bit more, mostly because they had Adam Cleary on recently. I listened to the episodes the Ramble did with Adam Cleary. Those are really good. But I don't know. I used to listen to the Ramble, like, every single day, basically. But I've just not been as interested in the last little while. It very much... Like, if Marcus is hosting and they've got a good guest on, perhaps, then I'll give it a go. Like, the one with Adam Cleary was insanely good. And there was the interview they did with Ben Mee was quite good as well. But I love... It didn't it? It's a shame. But, like, Sweeper is great. If you don't listen to Sweeper and you like the more obscure shit, like the kind of stuff that we do over here, Sweeper Pod is incredible. They basically just cover, like, the more left field football stories. Like, shit that's going on in Uzbekistan, for example. Or... Yeah. It's great. Hello, Harvey. How are you, friend? Fun to know with the African Confederation. So, ooh. Brazilian invasion. I love the way you talk about it like wrestling. It's like you're actually like booking it. I love that. It's so cool. Rennie, thank you very much for the 39 months. How are you, man?
Long time.
It possibly has been. Let's just. Oh, hang on. I want to look up Blake, didn't I? Oh, it's a real guy. Adrian Blake, who's a Jamaican. I'm guessing international. Can I see his career stats properly, or does it not let me see that? 1 second. Pretty much, Dan, yeah, for the most part. It just doesn't vibe with me. Jim and Marcus, Vish. I do miss when they had Jules as well. She was a nice addition to the show. Yeah, Watford right at the beginning there. And one game for Watford, and he's been at Utrecht ever since then. Racking up nearly 500 appearances. My guy. Take a sandbox game. It is. I mean, it absolutely is. And I like that attitude towards it. And I feel like SI need to think about that a bit more, because I think some of the things they've done with 26 is sort of not made it less sandboxy, but it's made it harder to see the sand at times. They're the better side, but mostly because, I mean, you can see Radomiak have had 0.04. Radomiak, having watched them now, it's just they keep getting into really good positions in the box and then refusing to shoot, and then end up passing it back out again. It's like watching England back in the day. It's quite disappointing. This is Manuela Zinsberger ball, apparently. Hopefully, some of the options she's got off the bench could maybe change that, but they should be winning this. I mean, it's not a good watch, to be fair. But it's 90 minutes since. Oh my god, I forgot about Romeo Lavia. That's such a long time. No, definitely not you, just you, Dan. I used to think it was, it's like okay. I mean, I was listening to them back in like 2013. I remember mainlining Ramble episodes when I was delivering wine in like December 2014 as well, and back in the day. But I don't know, it just isn't the same. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit. I'm sure he's a nice enough guy, but like, I don't know the guy. Like, but I feel like I'd get on with Marcus, you know. Hello, Rennie. I mean, yeah, a lot of things are about to happen in the next few VODs. Most notably, obviously, is Glove Island. That's the main thing there. Manager of Utrecht, if I was to guess, it will most likely be whoever's managing Utrecht in real life right now, as they are very unlikely to have switched their managers, especially as a non-playable team, like non-playable league. As in they're not loaded in the save, so to speak. So they're most likely, unless he's taken a national team job, it's more likely the same guy, or it could be nobody, yeah, in fairness. That's the problem. When you hold yourselves to a certain standard and ridicule people for taking certain things, you then can't it's like shitting all over like gambling sponsors, which I'm fine with, but then they have like Midnight as a sponsor a lot of the time, and I'm just like, it seems a bit odd to me. It's like, I feel like everyone has a price, you know? Oh, Jesus Christ, that was... Those tackles always feel like they're about to be given as penalties, and they seemingly never are. Yeah, how long ago was it that Lavia actually signed for Chelsea? Because that presumably was when Southampton were relegated, right? Or was it the time before? It might have been a previous relegation for all I know. It most likely will be Dot. I don't know if you can see it. Obviously, we can check after the game. But, oh, hang on, let me get the stats up for the very important shots which will definitely be happening in the second period. Maybe tiredness will play into it a little bit, so that if Radomiak continue to control... Although, actually, the possession stats have started to swing back more towards Utrecht now, which is weird, considering how much it looks like Radomiak are the ones on the ball all the time. But that might benefit them. Like, a bit more possession for Utrecht means that Radomiak might have to play on the counter a little bit more. Maybe they'll just score a corner goal or something. One team full game, my youth recruitment is always awful in my facilities and recruitment, say excellent. So when you say your facilities and recruitment, facilities aren't as important as you'd think for that. They're better for the development after you get the players. The most important things as far as getting good youth intakes is the recruitment, the youth recruitment number. Junior coaching as well, but that's better for the like quality of the player itself, as in like the CA. Man. But also things like, it depends on what league you're playing in as well, because it could just be that you're playing in a league that doesn't have a very good youth level, and as a result, you're likely to never get someone that's particularly elite. So, actually, what country are you managing in? 4th season at Chelsea, and how many appearances has he made for them? Same amount of corners as shots, yeah. But, with the height that they've got, getting a few corners wouldn't be the end of the world. Scotland, okay. So Scotland's youth rating will be okay. In fact, I say okay, it's probably, you get some decent players from Scotland, particularly at Celtic and Rangers. So the problem you're probably likely to have is that, presumably, if your youth recruitment level now is maxed out, you should be getting some of the primo intake players in theory as far as the draft goes for it. The problem is, I suspect that because of your reputation, you're likely only ever going to be able to get as good as Celtic and Rangers as far as youth recruitment goes, which means you'll always be behind them because of the reputation side of things. So they'll get the better players before you do, I guess. Having a good head of youth development will help as well, especially one with a good personality, but that won't make the players better. It will just mean that maybe they'd have a better personality to develop them a little bit more, I suppose. 44 appearances. That's weirdly more than I thought it was going to be. I was expecting like 10, to be honest. Set pieces like this, they need to take advantage of, or put a decent ball in once in a while. Just let that roll out of play. Oh, shit. This is giving they lose on penalties or something, isn't it? It does feel like finals in FM, generally speaking, are extremely cagey, but I suppose finals in real life are quite cagey too. I think the only time we've ever had a really dominant final was the last time we won it, that Barcelona game where we just limited them to nothing and eventually just ground them into dust. Still only won 1-0 though, of course. Turn off our youth intake. Oh, really? So what happens if you turn... Does it just like not happen and you just get no information about it whatsoever, or does the game just not know what to do? Didn't change from national rating. Yeah. So unfortunately, you only get small little increases as far as your reputation goes for round progression. It's relatively minor. The real big thing is to win one. If you win even if you won the Conference League, that would probably have way more of an effect in terms of reputation than say even going quite deep into the Europa, unfortunately. So if I remember correctly, winning the Champions League is like a 500-point reputation boost. And when you consider that it's out of 10,000, that is like a 5% bump in reputation overall. Or not even 5%, it could be more than that, technically. But in terms of the overall, it's a huge deal, which is why if I ever did get the opportunity to throw... Oh, hang on. It's the final ball. Second half is just carried on in much the same vein. Hopefully they've got some options off the bench. Was it 55 million? Because what was the injury that Lavia actually had? Everyone else still does. Okay. At least the game's got the logic and code to actually deal with those things. Because Brentford technically do have intakes now, right? Because they restarted their academy. I forget there was a reason. I'm guessing it's likely to do with, well, what was at the time PSR. Because if you're not producing players, you have no sort of way to sell anybody to actually get like free money. So do youth level worse to use in Europe than any other continent? Because I've never had saves I didn't... Hang on. In terms of youth quality. Yeah, no. So youth level is not to do with continents. Youth level, each nation has a youth level, which is what decides on average the weighting for the quality of youth players. So Vanuatu's youth level will be really low, Brazil's will be really high. But there's other things that you can do to then affect the quality of the players that you get at your individual club within that. the biggest thing being improving the youth recruitment that your club has. Junior coaching improves their like starting CA as well. Those are the main important things though. But the way to look at it is that think about it like a draft, and the better your youth recruitment is, your club's getting higher picks in it, so to speak. So you'll notice that the better your youth recruitment is, the earlier your youth intake will be compared to your rivals in your nation. That's one way to tell, actually, how high up the list you are in your individual nation, is to look at the youth intake order and see which ones come in who, so you can figure out who's above you. So, for example, in Poland right now, we will be the highest. We get the first pick every year. Doesn't mean you always get the best, but you're likely to get, in theory, statistically over time, you should get the best. Oh, is it? I didn't realise that they had to have one as a Premier League side. Is that a new rule? Oh, I see. It was a new rule, yeah. I was going to say, because they've been in a while for it. But I assume also it's just beneficial to have one in some places, because if you do happen to get some good players, you can then get the sort of free profit sort of thing from, what, now SCR. And then maybe it doesn't matter so much with SCR. Reputation. I don't know. I didn't think that facilities were tied to reputation. Oh my god. That was a huge chance. Akbash is off, and so is Niakate. Radomiak are rolling the changes. That was a big opportunity there. I think if that goes in, they're cooked. I just don't see them scoring a goal there. But they've also taken off Akbash, weirdly, and brought on Winston Koroma, who is another centre-back, who presumably can play out wide as well, to FFP. So FFP is for Europe, right? And also, like, the EFL has its own foundry for FFP. But SCR is the new kind of PSR thing for this season that takes into account different factors, I think. I did watch a video about it, but it's still quite... I forget what the exact like breakdown of it is. Tied to national development. Oh, that's a good point. What, so you mean that developing... Yeah, that could make sense. That's just playing it around like nobody's business again, aren't they? Probably would be cheaper, I guess, yeah. I haven't thought about that. I guess it's because most of the time when I'm doing... I rarely do saves in nations that have those lower developmental options even available. I think... Was it Hungary that technically would have had that to begin with, even though it shouldn't have done, but we changed it prior to the save? And I think Ireland... No, Ireland didn't have that. They had some other glitch, didn't it? Can it up you on a certain level of reputation? Can you? I didn't... I mean, maybe I've just not run into that because it's just the way that it's worked, but I didn't think there was anything that stopped you from upgrading your facilities beyond a reputation level. Because there are some quite small sides with quite low rep that have really good facilities, for example. But maybe it's because they're hard-coded? But maybe that's just the first time I'm learning of that thing. I didn't know that was a thing. Grab the best. No, that makes sense, yeah. Plans you want to go, yes, so Denmark, most likely, Rana. In fact, not most likely. It's 99.9% Denmark. Because it's the first ever building a nation save I did, and I never really got to finish it because of the incident. And I would like to try to revisit it, basically. And since we couldn't decide exactly on what we wanted to do, HB Kyrgyz are the very, very much leading candidate for it. His certain benchmarks. Yeah, but I didn't think it was directly tied to like pure reputation, right? I'm sure there's some fact. It's probably like with anything in FM. There's probably like a huge amount of different weighted factors that go into most of the decisions, some of which don't make a lot of sense, to be honest. Yes, when I swallowed about that way, it was a bad summer, to be honest. Very stinky summer, some might even say. I keep confusing the referee with a Radomiak player. Right, this is... Whoa! All right, buddy. That's a bit aggressive. They're just so bad at these passes, man. Registration rules in Denmark. They do have a minimum wage, I believe, but it's only for non-EU or something? It's been a while since I've managed there. The last time I managed in Denmark was Sønderjysk. So it's been a bit. I think they have a minimum wage rule for non-EU players, but it was like £800 a week. It's probably higher now because of inflation and stuff. But other than that, they're pretty chill about it, I think. I don't know about the registration for foreign players in the league, but I think Denmark's pretty relaxed about it. New installment. The only news we have about a 27 is the fact that they've stopped work essentially on 26. So there's no more updates for 26, which is sort of like an indication that all the attention is now towards 27. But there's not been any releases or leaks or anything like that. Not that there's usually a lot of leaks in general, to be fair. Yeah, true. We could always fix things. I mean, ideally with this one, I'd like to not have to, because it was obviously more fun to not... I feel like the more things we touch, the more potential things we could break. But then ultimately, it was with Malta, we just had to change a lot of stuff to make that usable. And that was kind of the whole point of that, right? It was to sort of see if in a perfect world with one of these nations, could you go far? And the answer is, yeah, to an extent, but tough. Pazos has done okay with the defensive side of things. So if Radomiak win, there isn't an extra spot in Europe, unfortunately, because Radomiak have come second in the league, so they're already in the Champions League. And as a result of winning the Conference League, they would go straight into the Europa. But of course, they wouldn't need to because they're into the Champions League already. So as far as I know, we don't gain any extra things for this win if they get it. The only thing that could potentially happen is, and we're still not sure exactly how the points work out, there is still a chance we could get above Germany. But I don't think there's quite enough points on the table for this to happen, even if they were to win the game in 90 minutes and also win the cup overall, which obviously you'd have to do both in order to do that. But I think they're just slightly too far behind. Now, the thing is, we'll go above Germany next season no matter what anyway, if we have an even half-decent year, because we're going to be 4 points up on them at the start. So they'd have to overperform us by 4 next year to even get back into third. Not that there's a big advantage over fourth and third. It's just nice to get back in there, I guess, right? The real challenge, obviously, is catching up with England and Spain, because Spain, I think, are going to be number 1 within a couple of years at this rate. Hello, Ventham. You got a Radomiak shirt. Oh, I just want one of the other Polish teams to finally earn an emote. It's, the fact that it's taken 16 years and still no one has managed to actually win another European trophy, and I know the Spanish Scourge stuff has definitely helped. It's definitely been a factor in that, I would say. They just pass the ball around so goddamn much. They're just but they don't have the height when they try to do stuff like that. The most Polish of players, it's true. We'd never change him for a second. Cyprus had the same problem. Hang on, which problem specifically we were referring to? So I don't know what Cyprus is, if you mean like the developed state thing. I don't know what category Cyprus falls into, but most likely it's the second one. If Hungary was in it, my guess is Cyprus is in there too. So that might be a one to look into perhaps. I don't actually know where they rank on that, but it's quite a simple thing to change beforehand if you did want to do that though. It's literally a single box, I think. Or it's not used to be. Won 3 Champions Leagues in 5 years and saw no improvement in the league rankings. So I'm convinced, and someone mentioned this the other day, that the reputation one is a little bit balky as well. Because we've been in the 8th spot as far as reputation for the league for about a decade now in this save. Pretty much since we won that first Champions League, got into 8th spot in the league rankings for reputation, and we've never managed to go any higher than that. And I think it's just because there's such a big gap between the others and that. We are now considered to have the same reputation the word is the same for us. But I wonder if we were just on the low end of it, and now we might start to finally overtake them. But I feel like the reputation of the league always lacks so far behind. Even when we got a team to 2nd, I think our league ranking was to like 6th. Maribesi he's struggled. I mean, they've all struggled in this game, really, haven't they? Is there any way we can see anything more about that? It's just been a terrible game. I mean, the XG graph, the momentum has largely been Radomiak start well, then as the half wears on, they seem to fade, and I'm a bit concerned about what that means for the second half of the second half. Up to 6. Oh, okay, that's good to see at least. Maybe there's hope for us yet. I think we maybe need another Champions League win, or we need another Polish side to win something. That may be what's holding us. That might be what's holding us back. Upgraded your reputation. I'm still not convinced that that is the case, so I don't think you'll have an issue with it. Also, if that's the case, just increase your reputation. Like, win things, therefore increase reputation, therefore increase facilities. But I'm still not sure it's directly tied to it in the way that you think it is. Like, there isn't like a hard line that says if your reputation is below this, you're not allowed to upgrade your facilities. As far as I know, it's most likely many different factors. But the facilities upgrades are always a bit weird in FM. Like the youth thing that's broken where you can't upgrade it until you downgrade something else or some bollocks, you know? No place wanted to stay. Yeah, I've always thought that there should be 2 reputation numbers. There should be like a historic reputation number and like a 10-year rolling reputation number that would allow for a bit more decay for when teams fall off quite heavily. Because it does seem that sometimes teams could do absolute dog shit for years and years and years, and I mean really bad, get relegated and all sorts, and still have pulling power as if they're a European side. Now, I know that some teams could do that, but I feel like FM doesn't model like long-term as well as it could do, perhaps. Uh-oh. Average size in it. I suspect it's likely something. I think it kind of has to be something like that, actually. So I don't know what their reps exactly are. They've definitely been gaining a little bit, but we can have a look at where they rank as far as Europe in a bit after the game. Yeah, likely if you can't afford it, then that's probably the reason that's stopping the upgrade and not the reputation side of things. We're 24. Oh, well then I don't know what to suggest because this is not. Yeah. Not any fun saves. I don't know, loads of fun saves, but I think you need to be a bit more specific. Like, what sort of thing are you looking for? Yeah, Sam, that's exactly what seems to happen if you upgrade one. It's because usually you're upgrading them both at the same time, but one is usually higher than the other, and so you hit the max on training, and then you can't do anything until the training gets downgraded, and I do not know why. I think you're right. Sometimes teams can gain a bit too much rep too quickly as well. It's it just needs to have a decay factor that's a bit more, basically. It's not a good final, is it? But if they win, I won't care. But it has not exactly been... they're just such a parsy-ass team. And the substitutions they've made have not really... And then they do that. Small teams get to Europe and that sort of stuff. I mean, that could be any team you like. This is what I mean. Like, people ask me for save suggestions. I'm just going to say Fulham, because if people can't give me, like, a thing they're actually looking for properly, then it's going to be tough to give you any kind of real suggestions, because... Like, the way it usually works is someone says, have you got a save suggestion? I give them one, and then they go, no, not that! I'm like, right. Like, have a question? Absolutely, man. Feel free to ask. We love questions. No, it's not a wig. There you go, Den Haag. I enjoyed managing Den Haag, actually. Even if it was only for like 6 months. But I still did well with them, because we had some absolutely goated player there. Homegrown as well. Spend 3 million with the editor. That's a good point, actually. I mean, ultimately, again, if you're just doing it like offline as your save, then that's the exact sort of things you can do, right? I haven't managed in Germany. I feel like the German set of the last OTI was the one thing that was missing. And it maybe could have happened if we hadn't have noticed how badly things were actually going financially at Union, thanks to Romelu Lukaku. Definitely for the next one, I would say. 6th place Premier League, Arsenal rejected you. Newly relegated Burnley, Rachel Daly. Oh, that's cool. Ah, you can't hold it against Rachel. No. The best training. I'm assuming you mean 26, and if so, I don't have one for you. I don't use any kind of additional training stuff in 26 because I still found that the implementation of putting in custom training was just too faffy for me. So I actually just use the default training as far as overall team training anyway. Obviously for individual training, I do my own thing there, but for the team stuff, I just leave it to my assistant. I did think about, like, I was made a version of Aaron's one from last year, which was kind of good, but they do relatively well with it. It's not like min-max completely, but it's better than it was in the past, I think. Hello, Weasel Farmer. The league building is actually going very well this season as a result of the success of the other Polish sides more than anything else, such as the final we're watching right here. We had a pretty shit year, to be honest, and it's frustrating because I think if we'd just gone one round further, we're back into 3rd at the end of this. As a result, it looks like we'll get back into 4th, which is great, but... Oh, no! What are you doing? It's tough. Aren't attacking enough. Ultimately, they had a 0.34 shot chance in the opening minutes of the game, and then since then have created 0.07 in the remaining 70 minutes. They had that one big chance which hit the post, and they keep camping inside the Utrecht half and not actually taking their chances. Whenever they do have a shot, it's always from range. Whenever they get in the box, they try to overplay it. They just... That's going to go roll straight out of play. It could be headed to extra time as things stand. You've got Sam managing Bournemouth. That's cool. I like to think that will happen way more if we do OTI again. Why is the Utrecht defender putting it on the... Fair enough. I think they've got an injury anyway. Dingley's what? This is true, but Dingley didn't even have a shot. They took the ultimate sacrifice. Yeah, so there's a guy down for Utrecht. I mean, I don't know if they've used all their subs yet. I mean, they'd obviously get another one back in if this did go to extra time. But I can't imagine they've used them all. I've seen a few roll across, though, in fairness. It does have a horrible, like, what do you reckon, late corner or something for Utrecht. That would suck, because this is the best chance a Polish side has ever had to win a European trophy in this save. The easiest opponent in the final. The best Polish team in the final as well, I would say. Yeah, fair enough. It's fun to see, I guess. Just not used to seeing it. What song is this? It's Bill Murray again. It's a very strange section of the song that throws me every single time with the eagle screeches and stuff. Just solo player to Union Saint-Gilloise. Ooh. Okay. How much for? Speaking of, actually, you know the guy from Boreham Wood that was being heavily linked with that move to Djurgården? Did I see that Leicester City had put a £3 million bid on the table for that guy? There's a lot of sort of stuff going on. Would that be a record sale for a non-league side if that was to go through, even at 3 million, or has there been more than that? It's kind of crazy. They're obviously seeing something, though. Oh, is it fake? Ah, I've been done again. Oh, go on, shoot. No! Finally an opening. Marabesi finally gets a chance to have a shot on goal, and he's put it wide. That's basically the best chance they've had since then. It was nice, though. They finally got in behind them, stretched the play a little bit. God's sake. I wonder if it's because Utrecht had a man off the pitch at the time. I mean, there's still extra time, potentially. I mean, I'd rather hope that they don't do that. Was it Vardy? Oh, of course, yeah, because that was when he was at... Was that when he was at Fleetwood and they were still non-league? Wouldn't recognise the player got off injured, so instead of... Oh, really? Maybe. I wish there was a way that we could see that information. Then again, it'd be cool to see that information in games that we're not actively participating in, right? Max Kilman. Kilman was... Oh, cool. No, not Maidstone. Maidenhead? No, that was Chris Smalling, I think. I think Chris Smalling was Maidstone or Maidenhead. I forget which one. Who was Max Kilman playing for? Because didn't Max Kilman... Wasn't like a futsal... Oh, it was Maidenhead. My God. I think my brain is healing. I'm remembering things from years ago that I wouldn't have done before. That's actually... it's nearly a good pass. Keeper's just decided to have a little dance there too. Smalling was Mason. Right, okay, so I somehow got both of them right. Incredible. Yeah, I have a horrible feeling that... No, I'm going to be positive about it. Utrecht have simply not... Look at the match momentum graph. They've not had the spell that they had at the end of the first half where they actually had an opening. The second half has been all Radomiak. Even the possession started to come back more towards them there, which suggests that their substitutions have definitely allowed them to control a bit more of the game. Hopefully, if they can just keep doing that, a chance will appear. Good old Chris Smalling. That's the guy. A selling clause. I mean, I guess it still counts because Kilman went for quite a lot of money from Wolves to West Ham, didn't he? But I guess it's not really the same. A bit of actual ball knowledge. It's weird ball knowledge, but nevertheless, we take it. The final, this is Juventus's ground. Literally, the game calls it the Juventus Stadium. I don't know if it's called that in real life. It might just be because it's got a sponsor name or something. Iron Mike Smalling, what a guy. Everyone forgets he was at Fulham. Oh, shit, here we go. Oh, no, actually, fair enough. They've chosen not to play the... They should have had the obvious shot there as well. There's also a player on the pitch for Utrecht who's injured currently, too. Good block. Oh, is it Allianz as well? I was going to say one of the many Alliances. Hey, Pog. How are you, my love?
Yes.
Yes? You're yes. How does it feel to be yes on this fine day? Where it does feel like it's getting quite warm outside again. It was pretty warm up when you were out there earlier. Oh, no, please don't. Not like this. Thank Christ for that. I thought we were going to see some crappy second phase of set piece type goal or something. That would be the worst one. So 8 million for ball. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. It's free money. Those sort of like sell-on fees teams get just keep clubs afloat for years sometimes. Yes, Bob?
Can you pay for coffee?
Yes. My wallet's there. I haven't had coffee from there in ages. Oh, he's actually done it there. Baker down the left. Ball in. Oh, well done, goalkeeper. Why doesn't mine do that?
I'm going to drive.
Somewhat. If anything, towards it's actually worse now because she was fake tanning to try to max it out a little bit, but now she couldn't be asked to do that. So now it's just kind of going back to being uneven again. I'm going to try and catch her up by getting a tan. It's not possible. I did burn yesterday, though. So there's that. But only on one side. Which means I must have been running a very specifically adjacent to the sun direction, seemingly the entire time I was out yesterday. I'll tell you what it was. It's because I didn't do out and back. I just did out. I should have evened it up. It's a rookie mistake from me there, frankly. I mean... Even on shots now, even on shots on target, they've had a better quality of chance, mostly because of that one opening. It's not been a classic. The Malaga game, oh, nice. You get to see the guys in person. You can report back and tell us if Gonzalo Garcia is actually the GOAT. It's fine, we already know that. He is the GOAT. Lost 10 command of error because of the... That maybe. It's... I'm just still curious to see if that guy from Las Palmas is actually any good in terms of his attributes, or whether we're just going to get played again. He'll be the next Marion where I have to... Because if we were to buy him, it would cost us a good 50, you know? Solo Eclipse. When is the Solo Eclipse exactly? Because I love a good Solo Eclipse. So there's a reference point. Maybe I'm secretly Icarus. Oh, that's actually a nice pass. Come on, Oscar. It's another corner. They take it, right? Certain things. Oh, for sure. But ultimately, teams need money a lot of the time, and if a sponsor's willing to pay them the money, it's tough for them to say no because if it helps keep the club afloat, right? £20. Ah, you're an Avios points friend. No, nice. There's some new day trips that are coming up now as availability, so I'm potentially looking at some of those potentially for September for our little break. Although we might potentially go to Italy with the buys as well in September for a little bit, which would be kind of cool. Because I've always wanted to go back to Italy, and I went there when I was like 13, but it was a school trip, so it's not really the same, right? So that'd be kind of nice. Yeah, I do need to get into that. We have a load of, like... We always put the Tesco's Club Card points into Virgin Red because they're worth more there. But Avios does seem to be the better scheme in general, but then I'd probably have to start shopping at Sainsbury's and go through... Because a lot of Nectar Card points is really good for that, isn't it? Wednesday, that's going to be sick. Sicily, we might go like Tuscany, probably. So, somewhere like that, maybe. Chelsea women are really good. I don't know, are they? Oh, shit. Did they sell another hotel? I think Tuscany's probably the one. Although, I don't know where we'd fly into for that. Probably have to rent a car anyway to get to somewhere like that. But that would likely be like late September kind of time. It's usually when I take my little break is right before the game cycle. Well, not right before, but like when we're sort of in that weird period in September, late September, where there's sometimes a bit of news about it, but not just yet. Como's car. Yeah, it'd be very expensive though. Because what we kind of want to get is just like, you know, there's loads of villas there. Villa with a pool or something just for the weekend. Just to chill for a little bit. It's Rubio. Thank you for the 57. For some reason I heard Kermer's message read out in my head, even though I was trying to listen for Stream Nana. How are you, friend? Thank you very much for the 57 months. That's very kind of you. Under the Tuscan sun top. Maybe. I'm getting better at this vlogging stuff. I genuinely am. I was watching back the footage from yesterday's run vlog thing, and I was like, wow, the microphone setup's way better. I'm not sounding as clueless as I did before. I'm getting there. Where am I from? England. But more specifically, at the moment, Cambridgeshire. Oh. 8 times. Auckland Invitational. Oh, was that the game that you had tickets for, Andrew? Because you thought it was their first game, but it wasn't. Did you go to the game in the end? Yeah, I'm from specifically Fulham. I wish. Actually, I don't think I do. It's nice to support from afar. Well, I'm from Essex. Beyond that, technically. In the sense that that's where I'm from, I guess. I hail from Essex. That's a thing people say, right? This is just... It's one of these games that you almost wish that you had the opportunity to like hot seat and jump in, right? With end tubs of it. Of course, yeah. I heard the song Chelsea Dagenmore in my life. Oh, God. Was it played after every single goal? Lord Max of Wessex. Isn't Essex not in Wessex, though? I don't know. I haven't played CK in a while. All of a sudden, I know there's a chance that I improved too far. I've actually done 6 training sessions this week. First time I managed to actually get them all in with the strength training, but then also the 3 runs for the video. I ended up doing a half marathon yesterday, so that was fun. And not at all horrifying. And no, to be fair, I actually did enjoy it quite a lot. I wasn't actually technically supposed to, but you know when you get something, you're so close to it and you think, well, you know, might as well at this point, right? Song request coming up, of course you have. Is it Tate McRae by any chance? Hello, McCulloch. Non-league, moved to London a few weeks from the Highlands. What's your recommendation for like non-league experience games? I don't know because I've never been to non-league in London. I've only ever been to non-league in Slough and obviously in Ely here. Oh, hang on, Quam, go on. No! So I don't know, maybe some London chatters would know more about London non-league and what's good. On the Area 51 scouting method, as in, was that the recruitment focus one? Because if so, !LAF, there's an entire video that will actually allow you to do it probably better than I can. Mostly because the game doesn't make it easier for me to show you it because it hides most of the things you're actually searching for because the screen doesn't have a scroll bar on it for once. Basically, in the end, Lord Justin, we decided that Daiki Okamoto, the best goalkeeper of the bunch, probably was the king of it. But there was another guy, Coleman, who has some good attributes that we think was also contributory. So we've kind of got more of a blueprint as to what to look for in future. And I have found a keeper that sort of matches that potentially. So Lars Meyer's gone, which is surprising. Marabase's had a shot and everything. Great to visit. I don't know because I try to avoid going to London if I can. So I'm probably the worst person to ask about that, to be honest. How's he done that? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Like pubs. Oh, I definitely don't know then. You know, this is the thing. It's also okay to be a tourist when you're a tourist. Like, I think sometimes people these days are afraid to do touristy things in cities when they're a tourist in them. It's like, hey, sometimes that's okay. That's what it's like. That's why you're allowed to be a tourist. When people say, I want the authentic local experience, it's like, what, you're going to get a job on an apartment and pay taxes? It's like, surely you don't want to do that, right? Wait. Blocked again. God's sake. Close. Well, the next season of Glove Island is not Glove Island at all. It is XG on the beach where we're trying to find a new 4th choice striker because we were very short on attacking options last season. That's offside. God's sake. Yeah. I mean, they've definitely still slightly edged it. Oh, apparently there was a really dominant period there, which I don't really think was that dominant, but sure. I guess they had some possession. overcharged for your beer. Unfortunately, what you're going to London. You're going to be overcharged for your beer. I hope you like £9 pints. I'm sure there are some cheaper places than that, but it's yeah, it's a tough one. Recommend stuff. That sounds like a cool idea. It sounds like a Nomad Table. Sounds like it would be good for like restaurant recommendations. I'm sure that's probably what they do, but that sounds cool. British Museum. Yeah, like the Imperial War Museum is actually great, and it's free. It's really, really good. Pog and I went there on Valentine's Day because that's what Pog and I do. We go to museums on Valentine's Day. Oh, midfield and defender. I don't know. We haven't thought of the pun for it yet, Jesse, which is the crucial part. If you could see one man that's no longer around, who would it be? Tell you what. I'm going to have a wee break now because I do genuinely need to while this happens. And I'm going to think about the answer to that question, Babspear, while I pee. So you get to know that, right? I'll be back in a moment. Okay. That wasn't a bad set. And also, somebody finally beat Andrew. Things you love to see. The gap's still not that great, but it's tough. Inferno's just on it today, apparently, but how close is it? It's still not that close. There's a lot of catching up to do. I'll reset it at the start of the actual season when it comes around. He does have the under-desk advantage because you can see the dashboard that does show the answers. I must admit, the next one coming up, that obviously won't be in the next stream anyway, is Justin Flow. So maybe you'd have got that. Maybe you wouldn't have got that. Who could possibly say? Oh. There is less latency there, true. Agreed. So I had a little think and answered your question, Babspear, and the answer is actually became quite clear after a little while, which was that it was a band called This or the Apocalypse. They were a metalcore band, obviously, from like the late noughties, early 2010s, and they only had like 2 albums, I think. But Pog and I had tickets to see them. I think like early 2010s, I think it was, and Pog got really drunk the night before and was so ill the next day that we couldn't go, and that was the only time they ever played in the UK, and then they split up not long after that. They had some absolutely outrageous songs. And the singer ended up joining Ice Nine Kills. I think he's actually part of Ice Nine Kills now, but they were such a good band. Right. Or I enjoyed them a lot, so I would like to get a chance to see them. Rather than on my phone. Yeah, exactly. You are the dashboard. To beat the dashboard, you must become the dashboard. Right, extra time. Surely it can't be worse. What the fuck was that? FM? Good point, Andrew. Yeah. My time will come. So, oh, I know what happened. Yeah, so when this happens, if I remember, the game just plays on like normal, and then eventually when it catches up to 92 minutes 47, then it will just pick up where it left off, and the number will continue counting up. I've never had it happen in a game I was like watching a full match. It happened to me on a game once where it was on like key highlights, and that was even more confusing. The second I see that broken camera thing from above the pitch, I know it's going to be a bad day, because I've had that happen while I was trying to capture a few highlights. It used to be much worse, to be fair, at the start of the game cycle. That was awful. It's just as well I wasn't trying to do the recaps the way I moved over to at the start of the game cycle, because it wouldn't have been possible. That said, they still haven't changed the length of goal highlights in replays. It is still embarrassing. The recap capture time could maybe be halved if they just had sensible highlight lengths on replays, but sometimes they're like over 2 minutes just for one goal. And it's like, why do I need to see 2 minutes of build-up in featuring multiple shots at multiple ends and corners and shit just for a goal? It's like, I don't understand what the issue is with that. Let me get the stats up so we can see the huge numbers of chances what have been happening on that. The replay length could be... Because I swear on like previous FMs, it used to be sort of, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds at most, pretty much all the way. And if it was a slightly better chance that it would maybe have a little bit higher, but maybe just have an option, right? Just say, how long do you want the replay? Done. And then it would just cut you in that length from the goal every single time. It'd be so much easier. Now, admittedly, that's more of a content creator complaint rather than anything that people should care about that much. But if you just want to show someone a goal, right? Be like, oh yeah, let me just show you this. And it'd have to wait for 2 minutes for the goal to actually happen. Oh, that, and yeah, when you can't click through, and the timeline bar is broken in highlights, so you can't just click on a goal and it'll take you to it like you used to be able to before. It's just little things like that that just feel really unpolished, and not even unpolished, but just outright broken. It's crazy that that's still even a thing. 26 is so broken when you're watching any match back. Sometimes the matches don't load properly at all. There used to be another bug during the earlier part of the game cycle where it would literally show you highlights from another game with different players on the pitch. Sometimes it would... I was trying to... It even still does happen occasionally. I tried to capture a highlight of a Lechia game from last season for a highlight for the recap. And it showed a game featuring... I don't know who was featuring, because there was a female player on the pitch as well, because she was highlighted in green. Oh, Kwame's in here. Go on, have a shot. Don't be silly. What are you doing? This is why they don't win games in Europe playing like that. He gets all the way through and goes, no, now's my time. Now's the perfect time for me to just clap this back all the way to the touchline. It's like they're afraid. How's they even everything? I have no idea. It's like they basically put no effort into that part of the game whatsoever and just went, no one will watch highlights of matches. Yeah, why would you want to do that? And I guess to an extent, it probably is quite a low-used feature, but it does make it incredibly difficult to make content on it. I'm not looking forward to having to go back through and clip up all the Ely City stuff for the other video, right? Because I've not done any of that part yet. It's going to be hell. Thank God I make... And if you don't make regular save points either, then the highlights just don't exist. No matter how high you set the cache. That goal in that game is most points for instead wearing MLS kits and most... Yeah, it's just... I don't know where it's getting this stuff. For a women's team, and again, that never actually happened. That is just... I wonder if that's that weird reuse of regen ID thing again. I legitimately do. It's not as much as that, but it's quite a large amount. So I have an individual save point after every single stream we've done. I also have rolling save files and various other save files from other things. And obviously with my Ely City thing, I have saves for every defeat, because I need to be able to go back to that. Saves for each session and various other saves in there as well. So there's a lot of save files there, and it's not as big a database, obviously, because it's only England, but I wonder how big my games folder is, actually, for FM26. Games. How many folders? Actually, what's in it, firstly? 450 items in my games folder for FN26, which equals to, in total, Jesus Christ. It's actually only 150 gigs. It's 150 gigs of save files that I have in my FN26 games folder, over 450 of them. Some of them probably do need to be cleaned out a little bit, in fairness. Smart Patrol! Thank you for the 8 months, my friend. How are you on this very warm Sunday? Never enough cash. It's true. Remove saving of highlights. Probably, yes. Oh, yeah, so they used to be able to do a thing where you could get, like, you could save the PKM or something of the highlight. I think you can still save PKMs, but it's in, like, a crash dump folder. So when I'm talking about saving highlights, what I'm talking about is actually me actively recording the highlights using OBS. It's the only way I can do it. And even then, because now, when you look at a highlight, it shows the final score in the top of the screen and the end of the match, and not the highlight clock and score at the time of the highlight either. It's insane. And that wasn't always the case. During the start of the game cycle, it didn't show that, and it actually showed it properly. And then they broke it in an update and never fixed it. So now I have to use this like zoom thing on my Adobe for each one of these I bring in just to hide that. So it means it's slightly more zoomed in than I'd like it to be. Just simple things like that, man. Because otherwise it was just spoiling every game. So dumb. Yeah, the auto, to be fair, usually when I do looking forward, I do actually have it set for autosave once a year anyway, just so we can move around and do crazy stuff. But looking forward is going to be so tough to do anyway, just because of how bad the keep history after retirement works, which is not at all. Oh yeah, I mean the base game, I don't know how much the base game is actually. Bear in mind, that was just my games folder, not even the actual other stuff. Like graphics folder, that's probably a decent size too. It's going to take a while to calculate it on account of the sheer number of files in there, so I'll give it a minute. It's probably about 10 gigs or so, if not, oh no, more than that, never mind. We're already pushing past 14. 16? We're going to get to 20 gigs? We are? 19.8 gigs, 337,000 files. Good stuff. That's the biggest things. But I mean, the biggest thing is obviously the save files. Be very glad when I can clear that up, but it's just useful for recaps and stuff, to me to be able to have access to a save file from every stream, because then in my script for it, I have the stream for the season and then the number overall, so I can just go back and look at what happened when. So if I need to go grab something, I can just look it up in my stream scripts and stuff, and then go and find the save file associated with it. There's a couple missing, I think. I actually started doing that in 24, in fairness. 439. Wow. 3.1 gigs per season. Jesus Christ. I think my biggest save file in here is... Actually, it's the sim I did for HP, but the most recent one is literally one of the ones from today. So it's the save files for Visa are now ballooning to about 750 megs each. So we're getting there. I think by the end of Sirens, we were well over a gig. Look at my storage. Can't be done. I might have to get some more storage at some point. Like, I have a 2 terabyte SSD in this, but I might get an external one, like a big old 16 terabyte bad boy that I could just put like long-term stuff on that I don't need to be fast. Just so I can keep hold of things. Like videos as well. Like my videos are quite large in file sizes these days. It is a bit bacon in here, yeah. I'm not looking forward to next Thursday, because I've been hearing that it's going to be 34 to 35 here next Thursday. And that's just the outside temperature, and you know what this room is like. So that very much will likely be a Vest stream. Single drive is not backup. Okay, well, I don't mean backup, I just simply meant more storage. I'm not buying more than one drive, and I can barely afford one. Just something to put it on. I mean, I suppose I could buy like a NAS thing and do like... I'll get there eventually. The things I don't need to like... The things that I'm not like that bothered if I was to delete them, but I would still like to have them around just in case I do need to go look at them, but I wouldn't be that bothered if they did just disappear. Gun show before Thursday? Maybe. I'll stay on it. We're into week 10 of the gun show training, so you never know. Also, weirdly, on Thursday when I was doing the recap, I decided I was going to... Normally I work out in the morning, but I was like, fuck it, I need to get the recap done. So I did the recap and decided to work out afterwards, which I didn't like, but my shoulder didn't hurt at all. And I wonder if it's just a case of, because I'm working out quite soon after getting up and I've been immobilized all night, essentially, that my shoulder's just a bit stiff and it does need to be kind of... I need to do some like warm-up exercises with my left shoulder or something just to sort of ease it a bit. But I was at no pain at all during that workout on Friday. And it was a heavy one too. So maybe I found a way through that then, which would be nice. Be the air. But is there aircon in said air? 38 degrees. Jesus, and that would have been humid as well, right? Pog and I were watching Downey Live yesterday night after we got back from the pub, because we went fishing yesterday as well. And You could almost like see the moisture in the air in his video. It's crazy. Drive extra storage. So I have Google One, which gives me fucking hell. It's a decent amount. Yeah, that might be a better idea actually. Go on, shoot. No, it's an actual chance. I forget how much Google One gives me. It's a good amount. Let me just check my drive. I get 100 gigs. That's the wrong one. That's my professional one. I have 5 terabytes for that, which is not too bad. So I mean, I'll probably just start using that, honestly. Keep it in there instead. The Bangkok to the Bangkok to Bali one. Yeah, I love Downey Live. Probably I just find him really enjoyable to watch because he just seems like a nice dude. Just bought an SSD as well. Bear in mind, I don't have Google One specifically for that. It just is something that comes with Google One. So I already have access to it. So I'm not like, it's not a thing that I'm buying for that purpose. I have that for other things and it just comes as part of it. So I feel like it's slightly different in terms of like cost. Plus, remember, I can expense it anyway. So it comes off a business expense anyway. I think I'm paying like £20 a month for that. But it is useful though for moving all the footage off of my phone from the running stuff onto my PC, because otherwise, I mean, would it be quicker to just get a USB cable? Probably. But it's just easier for me to just do it from my phone using Google Drive, honestly. Yeah, he was awesome on Jetlag again, for sure, yeah. Said aircon, I thought, Nick Cage film. Maybe. That's the sequel, they just flipped it around. Wow, they did nothing in this game, did they? Christ. Second half, go on lads, do a thing! They have looked slightly better yet again, but this is giving penalty shootout without even much. I mean, they've dominated this, other than that little section towards the end of the first half. They just need that moment where something happens. There's been one clear-cut opening in the entire match. Hopefully tiredness plays a factor, but it hasn't seemed to over the first 105 minutes of this. And I just know that if this goes to a penalty shootout, it's going to be Utrecht, isn't it? And I just think if they're not going to win this one, when is anyone ever going to win the damn Conference League if they can't beat Utrecht? Oh, shitting hell, let's calm it down. Jesus Christ. Keeper. Keepers are still very strange in 26. I just, as much as every time I feel like I'm understanding goalkeepers and what to do with them, I'm treated to nonsense that is in fact not them doing good things at all. But at least it's not my goalkeeper. Oh, I didn't even show you this, I don't think. But we are playing, we didn't get any European sides in our group for the Club World Cup. I don't know if you even can these days, but you used to be able to get loads and it was annoying. But we're playing Vissel Kobe, I think Al Sharjah, and then one other team, but sadly not Auckland FC this time around. They've got many other teams to play, sadly. First to get a goal, maybe. I mean, they're impenetrable apparently. There's only been 6 shots. The XG on target in this game is going to be minuscule, I would have thought. Can't really hot day that makes it go insane. I mean, to be fair, there are movies I've seen that have worse premises than that, Lord Justinian. So honestly, I'm here for it. Here we go. Oh, slide it across. Go on, shoot. It's things like that. They have to be hitting the target at least with moments like that. You don't get too many chances. And he had the space for once. Like, Utrecht finally gave up a little bit of a gap and he's just, fuck it. They're just... Keeper, thank you. I think what this feels like is a little bit like Utrecht have dragged Radomiak down to their level and might actually beat them with experience here. Every move of his, pretty much, yeah. Hey, if you do a thing well, you keep doing it. I feel like they've moved Pazos into the centre of midfield here. This might have been a while ago, but he was out on the left-hand side earlier in the game, and now they seem to have moved him more centrally, which is an interesting take. Favourite movie? Oh, my favourite movie is Chef. I realise that sounds like I'm dicking about. It is not. It is 100% earnestly Chef. Or Eurotrip. The Declaration of Independence is printed on the back of an aircon. I mean, yeah, it could be. Is there an aircon company called Beermaster? Because we were walking back from the football yesterday and there was a house we were walking, like a house, like an industrial building that had an aircon unit. It just said Beermaster across the back. And I kind of feel like they're in the wrong industry with a name like that, frankly. Now they're just going back to passing the ball around incessantly. They have managed to certainly wrestle the game back from a possession standpoint. But with passing like that, it doesn't matter, does it? Cooling units for cellars. Oh, interesting. Oh, for like pubs and stuff. That might make sense, because this was the back of the rugby club, I think. So most likely it was probably the cellar they used to put the beer and stuff in for the bar. That would make sense. Probably fun to do the ones at Ely City as well, considering their bar is very nice. It's just nice to be able to get a cheap pint, frankly. When you can buy a round and it's not an absolute mortgage type of thing, you know? Movie takes like this make me more confident in naming surfs up on the phone. No, I feel like people shouldn't be afraid to have favourite movies that are not considered to be like cinema. Who cares, right? Do I think there are other movies that are better than Chef as far as cinema? Yes, I do. Do I care? Absolutely not. Like, if I'm looking for a movie that makes me feel good and I like and had a nice experience watching, I'm going to choose to watch Chef, you know? I feel like with anything else, it's like, did I enjoy this experience? Yes, let's go, right? Chef is unironically my favourite film. It is brilliant. I love it to death. I've watched it probably more than any other film. It's just so goddamn wholesome. And the music's great. Jon Favreau's brilliant. The guy that plays his kid is great. So sick. Wants to go back to India, then immediately went back to, yeah, literally started Marvel immediately. Although, to be fair, he got a lot of his mates from Marvel in the film. Like, the most unrealistic thing about that film is the fact that it sets up this weird, like, alleged relationship that he's supposed to have with Scarlett Johansson. But instead, he goes back to his ex-wife, who's Sofia Vergara. It's like, yeah, man. You can tell that he had some say in the casting here. £2.50 for a pint, bloody hell. Yeah, it wasn't quite as cheap as that here. I think we put like £4.50, but that's still very cheap here, where you're lucky to pay less than £6 in any pub in the city. The best film I've ever watched. Exactly! I couldn't even name what those. And you know what? I'm going to say it is the best film I've ever watched. It's like, Eurotrip is one of my other favourite films. I'm not pretending it's like a cinematographic, graphic quality film as it's at Eurotrip, but it's still one of my favourite films because it is goated, and it deserved more love at the time as well. The Way. I haven't, no. I don't know. I watched a film called The Way, Way Back, but that's not quite the same, I'm guessing, which is also a very good film. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of reason people make films, isn't it, these days? Wholesome ass movie. As in The Way. Oh, interesting. Okay, tell me. I love a good wholesome ass film. I have a whole list of these films that Pog and I just occasionally, like The Intern as well, with Anne Hathaway and Robert De Niro. He's also in like my top 5 because it has that same kind of incredible. Do you know the way? Was that Kenyan Knuckles, or is that something completely different? That's just come back into my head there. The Way Back. I have. That's a really good film. I've just said that. Sorry, not Kenyan. Ugandan Knuckles. That was the one. Yeah, it was in there. It was in there somewhere. But yeah, The Intern with Anne Hathaway and Robert De Niro is really, really good. If you like Chef and enjoy that kind of thing, then it's good. It's nothing to do with food. It's just got the same kind of vibes. And Set It Up as well. With Glenn Powell and Zoe Dutch. Favorite camp bad comedy movie? Ooh. Probably Eurotrip, but maybe that's too good for that. Van Wilder, maybe? It would probably be some kind of film from that era of the teen college type movies. You know, your American Pies, Road Trip, that kind of stuff. Van Wilder is in that same kind of category. Why is he punching it? No. Not Another Teen. Oh, I thought that was a bad one, to be fair. Yeah, Intern was so good. In the office chat. And the bit where they're in the hotel as well. Where she's like breaking down and talking to him, where he's in his bathrobe and he's like afraid to sit on the bed because he doesn't want it to be inappropriate, and he's just so goddamn wholesome. Hello, Crabbill. How are you, friend? She does look like her mum, and that's not a bad thing because her mum is one of the best things. I mean, Back to the Future, like Leah Thompson is gorgeous in Back to the Future, and like Zoe. Basically, I'll just watch anything that Zoe Dutch is in. She's brilliant. I did enjoy Voicemails for Isabel as well. I don't think it's as good as Set It Up, but it's a good film. If you like that kind of stuff specifically, right? College trip films. I just don't know how it would work. I think that's one of those things where it's the best ones are always the ones that exist already. It's like, just if people want that, just go watch the other ones, right? It just doesn't work. That's okay, and that's okay though. We can have new things that can be different and find its own path, right? Bridge to Terabithia. I've heard of that. I've never actually seen it. Kung Pao. Now that is a deep cut, Lord Justin. Kung Pao, right, is the one where he it's like a proper slapstick karate, kung fu film. Is that the one where he punches like a giant hole all the way through a cow? And it just... I feel like that was Kung Pao. I have definitely seen it. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, bloody hell. I think you might even be the reason I've seen it, Mikey. Now I think about it. Mushroom Man, how are you, friend? Which team we are actually neither of the teams involved in this game as it happens. I realise that's somewhat confusing. The team we're managing, Wisła Kraków, we're already out of Europe, but another Polish side, in this case Radomiak, the team in green, are in the Conference League final. So as a result, we decided to watch their game because they're doing better than we are this year, and that's important for the save overall. Whiplash, I've never actually seen Whiplash. All I've seen is that it's one of those films that's like a good film, but like, oh. Ping pong comedy. Actually, speaking of that, I watched a film recently called The Dink, which was not very good. It was basically just trying to be like a Happy Gilmore type thing, but for paddle or something. Yeah, it's a very comically proper, like slapstick, silly type film. Almost parody, isn't it? A letterbox rating stream. I mean, I do have a letterbox, but I've not used it in a long time because I just can't be arsed a lot of the time. I'm just too forgetful for things like letterbox, I think. This is definitely going to penalties, by the way. There's just no chance that it isn't. After this game finishes, we will be going and doing some scouting stuff, and I'll also have to maybe extend some loans. There's a chance of that. Although it depends. We could do the scouting first, so I could do that bit off stream, potentially. Cinema twice. Wow. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a film at the cinema twice. Maybe not as an adult. I think maybe as a kid I probably did. Sister Act 2, Back in the... It's a good name. That I can agree with. It is a very good name for a film. I'm trying to think of other films that are on my, like, list of just, I need to watch something and I'm happy about. Oh, shit. They're usually rom-coms, to be honest. Like, I just love a rom-com, for the most part. Or a film that's sort of semi-rom-com. I guess The Intern isn't really that. It just has the same vibes as one. On the way to Milton Keynes to look at bedding. Ooh, is it special bedding? What can only be picked up by Milton Keynes? That sounds like it's fancy-ass bedding. I hope there's no geese involved in this. A feel-good com, yeah. It's like The Way Back, for example, is another one of those films that sits in that box too. Or We Bought a Zoo, or whatever. Driving home stressed out. Don't tell her you said that. You've got to give her the confidence. You've got to be the hype man. You've Got Mail. I have seen You've Got Mail. I did enjoy that. Spy Kids is a great film. Ironic Christian. Who cares? It's a good... No. Spy Kids is great. That's a fantastic take. I love Spy Kids. I remember seeing that as a kid. And even the second one, honestly. It's just such an interesting concept. And not the Spy Kids, but the way that it's shot and the aesthetic of the film is very kind of unique. I guess because it was Robert Rodriguez, wasn't it? Right. Let's go. Paul Blart Mall Cop. I haven't actually seen Paul Blart. What if Marabazi missed this now? Never mind. He doesn't miss. Let's go. Bring it out there. I'm not like a huge Nick Cage fan. I'm not like, I don't dislike him. I just don't have any like, I don't see films because he's in them, I guess, right? Instant Family. Yes, good shout. That was another one that's actually on my list. 100% agree. Instant Family is great. Because that's Mark Wahlberg and Rose Byrne, I think. Really, really good. And Antonio Banderas, yeah. Yes! Come on, Hernandez, baby! Let's go. A save has happened. Actually, if you liked Instant Family, there's a show on Apple TV called Trying with Ralph Spall and Esther Smith. It's really, really good. There's a new season of it just started a couple of weeks ago, and I forgot that it was even back again. It's such a fun show. Trying is amazing. Yeah, it could mean that they win, but hey, we'll see. Juan from the spot. Oh, it's such an easy one as well. Yeah, Millwall keeper with the 4 penalty saves yesterday is wild. Was it good? I haven't actually seen them. I just heard about it. Were they good saves, or was it just terrible penalties? Yeah, it's just a really wholesome show, isn't it? I love a good wholesome show as well. Ah, come on. He saved it again! Hernandez has made 2. He's 2 for 2. Whip It. I've never heard of Whip It. Apple TV, actually, as far as streaming services go, I feel like they have the most consistent hit rate of just like constant bangers. There's so many good shows. Shrinking as well. That's Apple TV. That's goated. It's just amazing. Go on, Winston Koroma scores. It's 2-0 on penalties. Let's go. This is a very good spot for Radomiak to be in now. They basically just need to score. Well, they still have to score a few. Let's go. This is a surprisingly weird penalty. This is a very un-FM type penalty shootout, actually, to be honest. Right, come on. 3 saves out of 3. Let's go. Oh, never mind. That was tough. I feel like they can muck it up from here, but if he saves that one, then absolutely not. But Jesus Christ. How do I... They're in such a good spot, and I still feel like it's going to go wrong for them. It's Sakai. So Sakai is their left back. Coda. I have heard of Coda. I've got that on my list. I've never actually watched it. He's taking it with his right foot. as if, lads, what are you doing? That's their left back taking it with his right foot. I'm guessing he's right-footed. Spy Mate featuring Emma Roberts and a monkey. I haven't seen that, no. I watched a film. Oh, we watched We Are the Millers. That's what Emma Watson was in. That was a dreadful penalty. Please don't mess it up from here. Oh, no! Shit it. Oh, I have a horrible feeling they missed the next penalty. I do. Who's taking it? What should be one of our loanees? Oh, it's not technically, I don't think, but he was. It's Oscar Pazos. Probably the best striker they have at the club outside of Marabezi. Come on, Oscar. Do not fuck this up. You've been in the lead in this game twice on penalties. He smashes it. Go on, Oscar. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just different stuff on it in Poland, but most of the stuff that's on it is obviously like Apple produced, so it should be. They had Dark Matter as well. I don't know why they've done a second season of Dark Matter. They didn't need to do that, but I guess it was successful. It's O'Brien. I wonder who he is. O'Brien for Utrecht. He's missed it! Radomiak are champions. They've done it. They've finally done it. Come on! Oh, bloody hell, Poland. Finally, after 16... Oh. After 16 seasons, a Polish side has finally won a European trophy that wasn't us, and they've done it 0-0 on penalties, where the winning penalty was a missed penalty. Not just missed, but missed. J-Levs, thank you very much for the 8 months, my friend. That's very nice of you. They blend in really well there, don't they? Oh my god, Rubio. Whoa, 10? What the fuck? I mean, bloody hell. Oh, the whole thing's going out now. Jesus Christ. Thank you, man. That's very, 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 very kind of you. Very unnecessary. What the hell? Finally. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get the... Oh, days. Dan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. That's very, also extremely kind of you. I feel like you don't get enough of... I'm just going to make a clip point there for the next VOD. No. YFM. What are we doing here? Bloody hell. Thank you, guys. That's extremely kind of you. I don't think it's enough for 3rd place, but you never know. Let's check. It's going to be like... If it isn't, it's going to be really bloody close to it. Wait. Hang on, I don't think it's actually added it yet. No, hang on, it hasn't. I need to maybe go to the next day. Because that was definitely the same number it was before. Now, they've got a point for the... Unfortunately, the thing that's going to cost them is the fact that they won it on pens, so they don't get the points after 90 minutes, which means they'll probably not get it.
37 months.
Jazzman with a 37 as well. Wow. I think if... because it went to pens, they'll only get the points for the draw, and they'll get the winning for the actual... They'll get the progression point, but because they didn't win the match, they'll get less points for that, and that might be what costs them in the end. Let's check. I say cost them, cost us. What have I just clicked there? What am I even doing? Europe map. There we go. Hang on. Did that literally only give us like 0. What? That feels like less than you'd get even if they drew the game, which they did. Yeah, no, but it's added points. We didn't have 22 before. We had 21 point something. So it's added something. How on earth do you get 0.09 out of that? Because they got the draw, which is worth more than that by itself, and then they also got the winner's point for it as well, which is worth more than that. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to go to the next day and see if that changed anything, but it did add something there. But what... Well, 0.78, that seems that's too low for a draw and the win. Essentially. Well, that's got 2 days. Shit, I can't go any further than that, otherwise bad things could happen. That still seems far too low. I can hear coffee coming in, though, which is going to make things a little bit better. What earth? No, that's just it. That's just it. Apparently. Oh. What am I supposed to say? Nice.
It's not yours.
1 for the draw, 0.5 for the progression. But that's less than we normally get. Right? Oh, it's still a great season, but that seems like too low. Maybe it's because we're used to seeing it after individual matches where there's been loads of games at the same time, potentially. Either way, they've done well. Yeah, but you get the same amount of points for progression in all of them. It doesn't award less points, though. Can I have my coffee, or what are we doing?
They said they're both for you. They said it's for you. It might be both for me.
Oh, they're both for you. Fair enough. I'll stand here in silence then. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Oh, get it stirred as well. No bonus for winning the competition. I'm pretty certain there is, right? Otherwise, what would be the point? how would there be no... If there is bonuses for getting to each round, then why wouldn't there be a bonus for winning it? Surely that would make no sense. I mean, maybe that's the case, but I don't believe that was the case, right? What are we listening to now? Incredible. I mean, either way, that's the case, but that is surprising to me. I mean, hey, 22 points is still an extremely good season. I just thought they'd get more for winning it, considering you've won it, right? But that's why it's important to actually win the game. Daz, how's the tattoo removal services looking? Then the match points. So there's no reward for winning the tournament. That seems like a strange thing when I've seen literally points awarded for exactly that in previous FMs. Whatever, we move, I guess. Either way, it's still great. Because your formation, sure. Obviously, we haven't been playing for a while, but that was the formation we were running before anyway. Enjoy the rest of your day, Mushroom Man, as we listen to whatever the hell this is. I'm here for it, though. It's fantastic. Prediction outcome, of course, yes. Let's see how it breaks down. Bye, Pog. The rep bump is actually really useful, particularly as there'll be Champions League next season with that rep bump. So who thought what? Oh, that was a lot of yeses, to be fair. Will they win it? Yes, they bloody will. Finally. They'll get an emote next stream as well. They finally earned one. That's nice to see. Be bugging wrong. Not as far as I know. Unless they've broken it. Maybe I've just misused it from all the times in the past, but I swear you used to get points for winning it too. And I swear the round progression points were awarded before you got to the game anyway, but... Each stage of the Europa League, so there's no points for winning. Maybe that's why we just assumed it because we weren't checking the right thing. It's just a bit of a black box at times. You just numbers go in and then numbers come out, basically. There's APR FC. I'm not sure I'm that interested in them, in fairness. Maya wins the golden boot for it, which is fine, but he did nothing in the game, which is the crucial part. Let me just have a little looky look here. A bit of scouting, exactly. Well, we get to do a bit of, you know the drill. You know the drill. Polish opera singer who's recorded the Polish national anthem. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Numbers under the hood. Yeah, you can sort of reverse engineer it. It's the same way that the England, what we call the cheaty points. It's just all the bonus points England get awarded at the end of the group stage, basically. It does seem weird that you wouldn't get rewarded for winning the tournament. Like, it seems like an odd thing to have progression rewards for getting to each round, but nothing for actually winning the damn thing. When you remember, you get bonus points for winning the group stage, though. Like, it's so strange. Right, Harrow Bishop Ultras, let's go. And where's my Harold? There he is. You know what it is.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's true. Just do not get uptight. Whatever you do, or you'll be dead. I'd say Palmer out of the two. Not that I have anything against FC Cooln. Obviously, I literally have an FC Cooln flask thing back here. In fact, no, I'm going to change my mind to FC Cooln just because I have the shaker back there. I'm easily swayed, what can I say? Yeah, I'm going to make sure I just save it there because I don't want to accidentally progress past this and hit continue once and end up doing loan extensions because I couldn't fix the script in time. It probably isn't a particularly difficult fix, but I simply didn't have time because I'm trying to do the recap. All the changes I made to like recording and stuff for it have definitely made it easier to make, but it still seems to be long and I don't know why. Mystery shirt in a box? No. Because ultimately, if I like a shirt, I'll just buy a shirt that I want to buy instead because... Although that's not true. Technically, I have received a mystery shirt box. When I went to SI at one point, they were very kind and actually gave us mystery shirt boxes that they bought, and that's how I ended up with my Cheltenham Town shirt, which is quite cool. But I think with mystery shirts, a lot of the time you just end up paying more for something you would have got for less if you just bought it online anyway a lot of the time, right? Just loot boxes for clothes, I suppose. Hello, Simply. I've tight like my shoulder. Shoulder's feeling a bit better actually now. I think she need to loosen the damn thing up a lot. That makes the difference, it seems. Right, VODs. Let's see, because there was a couple of VOD comments to talk about as well. Want to make sure I don't forget to do that. The first of which was to do with Outcast to Icons. Obviously, we were discussing this last stream. Quite simply, doing Outcast to Icons with a team outside of Europe would be completely pointless, because ultimately, the aim of the save is to manage teams, or to not manage teams that have ever been to a European final. And I guess a team outside of Europe has never been to a European final, but it wouldn't be furthering any kind of goal, I guess. And ultimately, again, like I said before, saves outside of Europe don't have an audience very much as much as I'd like to do them, they simply do not work based on prior experience. And it would sort of just be an additional step in the save that wouldn't add anything to the story per se, to my knowledge. And it would also mean that it would start off on a back foot because you immediately limit the viewer numbers to begin at the very beginning of the save. Oh dear, punched the microphone there. So it's unlikely to happen because I don't really see how it would link in as such. They have other continental competition. Oh, they absolutely do, but that wasn't really the main point there. Outcast to Icons is a European. I mean, you could do it in another continent if you want. I'm not going to, though, is my point. It's just the viewership here is not worth the squeeze on it, basically, sadly. The African Adventure was my attempt at that. So I agree with it. The goalkeepers thing is so bizarre. The amount of times we see goalkeepers pull out these 9 performances against us, and I don't think we've had more than like 1 or 2 of those performances in our entire save. Maybe only 1, in fact. There was the PSG game and there was a Bayern game once that was kind of cooking too. But maybe we found the answer. Maybe the answer is just be like Daiki, but then also be an absolute monster in the air. And maybe this new guy, potentially, if I can get his numbers scouted properly, could be that dude. Who knows? Looks like there was an update for this, which usually means something has changed in here. As for what that is, I don't know, because it doesn't usually tell you. It just sort of says, hey, here's an update about it, but doesn't actually tell me what's updated in some manner. Particularly as this screen doesn't remember what's been scouted or doesn't like remember the sorting from screen to screen. I believe I have already scouted all these guys before. This one's just sat there in... Oh, this must be a new one that's just kicked off. Or it's this one that's finished and maybe has something for us. Guy Al Nas. It's mostly the same people though, isn't it, really? Okay, so... for this year's XG on the Beach... we need candidates for that, of course. Now, some of them have returned from loan already, and thus will be able to be a part of that. Let me just go to this, turn on these, just so we can see if there's anyone at the club already that would get a number early doors, right? We just filter this by strikers. That would help, wouldn't it? We'll have attackers, and we want central attackers. Nice. Okay, so technically people like Montperouse also count as part of that. So... Gomez, Ashankiti, Sharpak are not part of it. Santelli is a wing-back. Blanco, Kukonda's too old. Suzuki... There's a bit more quality on Augusto there, I suppose. But is he really a striker? Not really. And the rest of the club, exactly, there isn't a lot. Hansen will be part of it for sure. So I think realistically, at the moment, it's just Blanco and Hansen being the first 2. Clates with the raid! I think, yeah, we don't want it to be too old, although it would be nice to have someone like a Hansen in there as well, because you got to, right? Ah, dear. Thank you very much for the raid, Clates. How was stream? How are things going with 3 counties? We've just had a Polish side finally win a goddamn European trophy. After 16 seasons, it's finally happened. And the reward was very small, but that's okay, because the reputation reward is what matters the most. Actually, speaking of that, someone reminds me, shaved hurts to the ball. Oh, of course, yeah. No, naturally. What? Context? Cool Swedish player in their national team. We can. Mostly be I would be willing to bet there's 4 Spanish guys in there. Maybe even more. 4-star people. We would like to have... Yeah, it would be nice to have someone who can maybe go somewhere in the future, I suppose. The Swedish national team is currently... Wasn't playing collective play. To be fair, deserves it. Rude, firstly. How dare he?
There's a train coming anytime soon. Oh, yes.
For the win, Assassin. Thank you very much for the follow.
They are building it now.
Pick a fight. Ah, that old chestnut. Yes. The one that if you try to do that to a manager whose player you've got on loan, they will immediately recall them and act like it's the worst sin ever committed by a human being. Meanwhile, if they don't do it, you try to criticize them about it, they're like... They literally just blow a raspberry at your face, basically. So the Swedish national team... actually doesn't have any Spanish guys in it, in fairness. Or, I mean, Dan Hard, I think, actually technically is one. So, I'm not sure, like, what you'd consider cool, I guess. This is the tough part. Not a lot of players in the Swedish national team are worth a lot of money, in fairness. The most valuable player, actually, is a guy called Linus Strand, who plays for Ponferradina, surprisingly. Oh, the Azeri. I assume it's the Azeri dude. This guy here. God, FM. Fonts, lads. Like, listen. He looks like he actually came through it. Oh yeah, came through at Malmo. Then randomly did 3 years on loan at Shelbourne, because of course he did. Do they have an affiliate? Maybe they have an affiliate agreement. It's an odd one. He's made 23 appearances in his entire... How is he in the Swedish national team? His first name? I mean, can't you see? His first name is... yes. I believe it's because... I think... Hang on. How is the schwa pronounced again? I've actually forgot, because it's probably just like Asgar or something right? But the game doesn't like a schwa, so it... Because you've got capital schwa and then lowercase schwa. Deary me. So yeah, he's surplus to the Malmo squad, yet he's got 9 caps for Sweden. Have they just gone through an absolute dirge of having anyone good available? Because usually Sweden in real life have got a couple of guys at like elite sides, generally speaking, but him, Katowice, I mean, what about World Rep, maybe? Pumas, Ajax, Al Hilal, but those are all real players. Like, in terms of regens, there's a guy at Piaskowice who's on loan from us, I think. Yep. They have definitely fallen off for sure. Then it's mostly Malmo dudes. A guy from Icor, Katowice, a couple of... No wonder they've not been doing particularly... Where are they ranked these days? Didn't realise they'd fallen so badly. 34th seems surprisingly high for the quality of team that they've put out there, to be honest. That's higher than Poland are in this save, amazingly. How have they done that? Maybe they just get results. They've got the best manager in the world, perhaps. Who is the manager, actually? Kim Helberg. Wait, isn't that... Oh, no, he's been there for a while. He was at Hammarby for a while, in fact. They just don't look good, do they? I guess Sweden might be having, like... But I was going to say, it's because, you know, Malmo, maybe they've produced good players, but, I mean, if that's an example of one of them, they probably haven't, have they, right? Well, I mean, this would have been the... Like, this is their squad right now. It's May, so presumably this was the last squad that they picked for an international window. Obviously, they wouldn't be picking a squad outside of that. So, as far as I know, this squad is just whatever the last squad they picked for an international window would have been. So, whenever they last played games. I don't think it changes outside of that as such. Oh, of course, he's the Middlesbrough guy, isn't he? Yeah. On Santa Baby. Yeah, there are a couple in Santa Baby for sure. I wanted to kind of get an idea of which ones that were currently here were worth a go for. And it's pretty much just Blanco and Hansen, isn't it? Which means Blanco's going to get number 1. Straight off the bat. Because he's already here. There is, in terms of PA, Augusto's older as well. There's not really any highly rated yet. Now, there might be a couple more that would come back from loan, but we don't know if that's actually happening yet. So that's something to do with next stream potentially. So there might be some movement there. But also, we wouldn't have found all of them anyway yet. And also what I want to do is find Manuel Hansen again. Because obviously he's not a striker, but he is a striker. This is his chance to prove it, though. He still hasn't actually scored a goal yet, so there's that. Oh, no, wrong button. We get goalkeepers in. Oh, there he is. I'll add that. I'll remove his ST now, because we know all about him. So we'll get rid of the ST, and we'll add in number 2, which is what he's going to earn, because he actually gets to be properly involved this time. We'll make up what the other parts of the wheel are going to do for that later. So there's that. It could be that they're regenerating. Did the side look particularly old or young? I mean, yeah, I've seen Sweden do really good things in saves of the... I mean, Norway won a Euros and World Cup double on my last save. Admittedly, they did have, Haaland and Sheldrup and lots of good players. Obviously, Ødegaard. They had a decent team in that one. Okay, right. Okay, in that case, I mean, the first place to head over to probably would be the usual suspects. Although, actually, wait. What am I scouting in here? Oh, it's booth strats. Forgive me. We'll just check to see if there's any new ones in the team reports. And then I'll check the Santa Baby list as well. Because there's definitely players on there for sure. One dude, but he's not a striker. Oh, we'll scout him anyway, obviously. Natty Caps. Well, perhaps we'll do the Holy Strat one, because it's just Natty Caps plus, isn't it? It's got to the final. I mean, they could have done. I mean, technically, any team could have done, right? But they would have had to have won the games that they needed to win to get there. But I just don't think they would... I think that they're progressing, though. Like, they made a huge step forward. And a lot of the players that are... sort of leading the charge there are still not super old yet, and they've got more guys coming through. I think they'll be even better at the next World Cup, that's for sure, unless something goes terribly wrong on the international level, which could happen. Right, let me switch over to what was I going to check? Oh yeah, the shortlist for the current situation. Oh, actually wanted, finally. Right, just let that happen. I feel like actually just leaving them like this is actually weirdly getting them more jobs than the other way around. So I cleaned it up a little bit on this list. There's a few people down towards the bottom here who are just the random goalies from before that I was interested in. I think I've actually agreed to sign these guys anyway, so there's really no point in keeping them on the list anymore. Because that's the Togolese dude. He actually agreed to sign, so I thought, fuck it. After all that complaining about him, I might as well just get him. The M4's in there too. And that was the Indonesian goalie that I quite like the look of, but his PA has fallen off quite hard as well. But hey, we're getting them anyway, so they're free. Pretty much free. Then we clean at the bottom there. There was Murphy down at Norwich as well. That was that really interesting striker at the Romanian side, who's still an option, potentially. He's cost us a good amount of money, though, if he was to join. Made it not 2-0 for Norway versus England. Could have shifted the game completely. Oh, yeah, but then don't do it then. It's a little bit like saying they could have won this game if they hadn't made decisions that made them not win the game. So were they a good team in that game? Yeah, but they didn't win, ultimately. They should have, and they still conceded 2 goals. And ultimately the aim of football is to score goals. And they're young and they'll learn, and they will be better at the next World Cup, I think. But like, you could sort of say that about any decision in any game. Like, England could have won if they hadn't have made terrible substitutions in the second half against Argentina, for example. But we were always going to do that because we're England. It's what we do. It's in our culture. He's wanted, actually, by Dortmund and Brookbet. I guess they are getting relegated. Hello, Hayden. How's it going, friend? So, as for the players on the Santa Baby, I mean, look at some of the PAs that we're looking with these guys. There's a lot of money. I mean, actually, is there a lot of money here? Obviously, Pimenta is just not really available for us. Strikers are tearing up at least 2 in again. Is there another one? Of course there is. I bet he's got an unbelievable name as well. They always do. Speaking of good players, holy shit. At 18. Damn. How much did you pick him up for? The passing ability is insane. How'd the game go? Radomiak won on penalties after a 0-0 draw. It was bad. And the winning penalty was a miss of the net entirely. Rajkovic. Oh, interesting. Is he Norwegian? That sounds like such the most like traditional like Croat or Serbian surname. So it's Kaczynski. He isn't a striker, but he's a player I'm still kind of intrigued by, obviously. But then Pimenta, he's £72 million. So he's not realistically someone we're actually going to sign. I was just curious about him. Then we've got Kevin Charla, who is joining us, I think, this summer. Yes. So Kevin, I think he has to be included as part of this, considering he's got decent PA, apparently. So Kevin, I might even preemptively give Kevin the number, because unless his CA drops off, his PA drops off massively upon signing for us, he surely does get to be involved, and it looks like he will join us. Wait, his birthday, I think, is either on transfer window open day or like a day before. Now, in fairness, he might not do because of the Club World Cup as well. Isn't a striker. Oh, you're right. He's not, is he? Fuck. Sorry, for some reason I thought he was because he's got... Yep, I'm an idiot. Good player, though. No Kevin for you. I just convinced myself he was a striker, and I don't know why. The game doesn't even think he's a... Oh, it's because I was seeing that, probably. Hagen Loire. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Hope you're well today. Then we've got Ty Guy, who's still 16, and I don't think that's enough for him to sign for us yet. When does he turn... No, whoa. He doesn't even turn 17 till December. So he was a young player when we found him.
I open my own...
He could sort of be a bit striky. Like, he's got finishing. His composure's not... I mean, it's not great. He's also only 16 years old. He's going to clearly be a good player one day, and if he keeps that kind of PA, he's an exciting player, to be honest. Like, he looks like he might be one of the best players we've had out of Thailand, a Thai club, for a while. 12 goals and 3 assists for Chiang Rai. He's... God, oh yeah, his numbers. Jesus Christ. Very good. 20 in total. You right? What's up? What's up?
Poo-Ed.
Yes, what's up?
I might charge bed.
Yeah, crack on, big man.
Because it'd be a good day to put out on the line, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Audi could corner a shot. I think he's too old for that. Audi needs a loan, basically, right? The Tyler Messi, maybe, and we need that. I always like to try and get the Thai guys in, but they just never quite live up to the expectations. Now, this guy, on the other hand, when did he join us? Probably not for... Oh, no, when does he join us, he says to the player that has not agreed to sign for us. I know, I'm good. I got some drinks when I went down for my wee. Okay. So I'm good. You go do you things. I'm good here. Okay. Worry not. Alexander Kozlenko feels like he could be exactly that type, but he's 17 now, actually, so maybe he would sign for us. He's certainly worth a look, given his value is pretty low. He's got good temp poles, a little bit short. Like, it's not a little bit short, a little bit slow. It's 5'10". He's... Would he sign for us, or is it a new contract? Ah! Shit. New deal. When was the new deal signed? That's really annoying. He signed it literally 10 days ago. Oh, fucking hell, man. That might have been his pro deal or something. That, I mean, we'll still sign him at some point anyway, but he might be not quite able to be done on this particular season. Next up, that's the centre-back. That's old Kelly. 6 jumping reach, of course. Still tempted by Kelly at some point, but probably not as a striker. It might just be him signing the pro deal, true, yeah. Yeah, we'll come back to him later. But by then it'll be too late for this. But I mean, we can always bring him in at that point. We've got Vlado Bartolovic, who's not a striker either, but also quite a good player. 16 years old. But he is EU national, so he might be interested in joining us. It's just a question of whether I'll use the money on him yet. Because he's a little bit more pricey. He's definitely a crossy boy for sure. Good stamina too. He just gets up and down that left-hand side repeatedly. Not for us, obviously, but because he can't really tackle very well. But marking's actually reasonably quite good. What would they want? Or would he even be interested at this age? So they'd want somewhere amounting to some kind of money, but no really idea. I'm curious. £5 million. Ah, cool, yeah. So you ask them and they say between 500 and 4.8, and they actually want 5 million rising to 9.6 million. Why lie? What are you lying for? I'll give you 4.8. Take it or leave it. Oh, what they've done is taken it. Right. Well, that's happened. Yeah, he's not even really for that. It's just me looking for the shortlist. Looking through and see if there's anyone we can sign for it. Rangers dude. That was one of the two Cairns brothers. Lennon Cairns. Isn't useful for this. Maybe if there's money left at the end of the window, I might still come back and get both the Cairns brothers, just because, you know, brothers. Goalkeeper, too late for Jose Ribamar, but maybe he would have been... He'd have suffered from the same problems as all the other keepers, let's be honest, right? And we would have cost a lot of money to do it. And there's Gregory Paris, who's surprisingly cheap, actually. But then again, he's only 15 years old. Can't tackle to save his life, and he can't jump. He's a trap and a half, isn't he? Like, he's the exact player I don't want to be signing. Then there's Stevie Cairns, the brother of the Rangers one. We do need a nuthead, yeah. We need like a high eccentricity... No, eccentricity? Like a high competitive streak dude or something. Then there's... He's not a striker either. Thibaut Dams, who's very expensive and is also another winger. That might be one to avoid. Krzywonos was wanted by Dortmund and Brookbet because they got relegated. So that's... Maybe there's an opportunity there to sneak in. If he was to try to leave to, say, go to Dortmund, we could maybe step in and bring in Krzywonos, Mr. Broken Nose. Particularly as he is a slightly different type of player. He's a bit more like a Medina type player. He's tall. Not as fast as Medina, obviously, but he's a decent man. He's got a big old bushy beard, which is never a bad thing. If he was to try to leave, they did, Steve. They actually bloody did win it. Finally, we have got a Polish winner. Tevez. Oh, was Tevez the guy from Racing? Yeah, if I recall, he's not even really that strikery. I mean, sorry, he is actually. But he's an expensive ad. He's got potential, though, isn't he? I could be persuaded into a Tevez. Because he does seem to have PA. And one of the things we wanted to make sure we had in these guys is a little bit of potential in theory. So that way, if we do like them, then there's actually maybe a ceiling for them to go forward with. Because Gerardo Tevez... Tevez? Why did I say it like that? Actually, would that be Tevez? Off the ball. Well, I mean, he'd play in whatever role in the system he plays in, right? We're not changing the tactic to suit him. But it's just like, does he have good striker attributes? Yes, composure's low, but he can work on that. Any hint of a competitive streak, maybe? Do I want a mad Argentinian? Nothing obvious. Or can you not see that until they join you? He's fairly professional. He gets into opposition areas and comes deep to get ball. What archetype is he? Yeah, he's kind of a... I think he's just kind of a striker. He's a bit of a small boy, too. I mean, he's 18. Relatively low wage as well. We've got the money. Like, you're always going to have to pay a bit of a premium on players from the clubs, the likes of... Racing, but if we could get him for like 6.5, all right, 7, lads, I'm not giving you. All right, I'm just going to remove this. Stop putting more fucking clauses in. Jesus Christ, no, go away. Good God, what? Absolute clowns. I'm not giving you 13 million quid for a dude that you valued when you talked to me at 6 million. Jesus Christ. It's like they will not budge on the actual number. They just want to put all these extra silly clauses in. I know I could have bumped them up a little bit, but out of principle, I feel like I shouldn't do. I don't think I've ever seen a club try and do that before. It's like, I know you said you wanted 6, but like, what if we did 15 and you just have to pay loads of stupid money? We can come back to him later, potentially. Striker here, though. Japanese striker at Gamba Osaka. Now, oh, that's the small boy. Maybe they did this on purpose so we could go for Konosuke Okada instead. Because he's the small boy. 5'3". Yeah, I think I'd pay 6 to 8 for him because Racing in Argentina. I wouldn't pay 13. 1 jumping reach, 1 strength, fast as hell, agile as hell. That's my guy. He's the one right there for the small boy vote, surely. And he's less money, maybe. Watch him now not sign for us because he's just signed a new contract or something. Nope, good lad. More money, but that's okay. He's a weak man. He's a tiny man. That's what we need. And he's got decent passing too. Good determination. Professional personality. Looks to have some solid PA. Probably drop down to 4 when he joins for us, but that's okay. Right, they're going to try and screw me as well. He's a dribbling man. It's all the things. It's the first archetype. We also need to have really tall man too as an option. Although actually Krishivonis could be that guy as well potentially. Right, let's see. What do they want? 3.3 million. Are they going to be sensible about it as well? Do you know what? Yes. 3.3 million. Pleasure doing business with you, Gamba Osaka. A gentleman's club. Not that kind of gentleman's club. A club of gentlemen. That's what we need. Lovely. Perfection. You could learn a thing or two from that, Racing. You'd get less money, but you could learn a thing or two. Yeah, the values when they set are literally between a value and then at 10 times that value. And then when you go in to talk to them about it, after you've just talked to their agent, and then they want twice the top end of that value too. It's like, what is the point of that button even existing then? So bizarre. Second he agrees to join us, bro's getting number 3 for sure. There was this guy there. Oh, I'm curious now. It's taking ages to load as well. Matteo. Oh, he's got a good name as well. Matteo de Souza. At 7. My God. Yeah, he's filth. He is filthy. Wow. Yeah, I'd like him. He'd be very nice. Any more strikers further down? So there's Konosuke was there. There's only one other, and it's Lucas. In fact, oh no, hang on, one more. The very expensive Romanian fella, and then obviously, wait, who's this? Oh, that was the guy. He was the guy that was at Drogheda, who they signed off of Diambars, which is kind of fun. But he is also out for 2 to 4 weeks. Probably not quite good enough for this. But the other guy is also injured. Georges Chiocan, who's got sprained ankle ligaments, so it's not the end of the world. Georges, he's expensive. It was good, J-Man. I mean, the final was terrible, but Radomiak won, which is the main thing. They actually won a final. Finally, a Polish side has got a trophy. He's, you are paying for the 6'7". I didn't see that. You're right. That's him, isn't it? That could potentially be the tall boy. He's 6'7". He's actually not the slowest for someone who's 6'7". I thought about it. I hadn't made the emote yet, you see. Good passer. High composure. Well, we could get the composure on them with a bit of training. Good dribble as well. I think he might be worthwhile. I'd be willing to pay a good... I mean, no, the thing is, we know that he's not going to go for his release clause value because they've got this and it's lower. But it's probably going to be pretty close to it. Yeah, 7.6 to 12 million, which means it's probably going to be closer to 12 million. Which is okay, because we've got 128 million. His PA was quite high, wasn't it? It's in the right area. It's not amazing. And I have made the mistake on not Japanese, Romanian players before, where we paid 21 million for that guy and now we've released him. It means Hammer. He's a 6'7" man called the Hammer. Low adaptability. Oh, was it on that one? Struggle to adapt. I mean, yeah, but it is what it is. We have been burnt with them before. Competitive streak as well. Oh, has he? Oh. Everything I learn about this man makes me like him more for the purposes of what we're doing here. He's 6'7". His name means Hammer. He has a competitive streak, which means he's a dirty player as well. I'm certainly not hearing things I dislike about him. He's got a balanced personality, which I doubt is actually the case. I'm tempted. Let's see what they actually want. Now, hang on. They want between... I'll offer them 12, because usually when they say that and the release course is there, they won't go for anything less than the max end of that. But let's just try 10 point... Oh, wow. Give me 12 up front. I'll give you a friendly as well. How about 12 and a friendly in that? Sick. I like the idea of a game where we do play them both in the same game, because that when you get the 5'3" guy and the 6'7" guy on the pitch together. Proper Crouch and Defoe type beat, you know? Love that. Carbon copy. Oh, he is. So you've got a 6'8" incredibly, and he's a bit more composed, but holy shit. So I think we kind of have found your similar guy, although I imagine your guy has higher PA. That guy's very good. Hello, Turbo. Welcome in, friend. Also, Jay of all trades, forgive me, I didn't actually say thank you for the follow, I don't think, so thank you for that, friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, I probably could have done them. We maybe should structure some of these deals. If we're going to sign any more for more money, probably structure them. But those two, I think, could definitely be 3 and 4. Krzyzewonic, if it goes a bit wrong for him, could also get involved in this, perhaps. But only if Dortmund starts sniffing around and actually put a bid in. Because if he goes to Brookbet, that would be much better for him overall, because it's good for Poland. A mental monster. So what would that look like? We should probably do Natty Caps first, just to see if we find anyone in there in general for scouting, and then swing back around and go looking for the others. Because remember, next stream we'll be doing scouting anyway, as well as the Club World Cup. That's going to be in the middle of that too. Well, I wanted to see if there was any that we already had access to, but there might be a couple in here. You never know. I mean, I doubt it, but they're all going to be young enough for it. Right, Holy Scoop. And that gives us 400 and something, which is a reasonable amount. I'll start at the other end of the alphabet for once. I think I always do, actually, now I think about it. Obviously, they're not all strikers here. This is just players. Vietnamese guys. Is there a team called Dong Tap? That's got to hurt. A couple of Vanuatu dudes. Probably not. Oh, he's got a bit of world rep. I'll have a little looky look. Why not? North Korean dude. Well, there definitely was some North Koreans in here. US Virgin Islands, USA guys, although they're all going to be... There's a guy at Guam Shipyard. None of these guys are going to be playing for actual USA. They're going to be Mariana Islands. Steve Post. That's a good name. He plays for Winners and Pacific Eco. That's not allowed. You can only play for one team, buddy. And then this guy just plays for... Uob. Just Mingos. Good. He does play for Winners. I mean, he's got it the mentality at least. There's a team here in the Turks and Caicos called Teachers. Presumably mentoring is the one club you're allowed to do. Teachers, you'd like to think is a university. Oh, you mean the other one, UOB. Probably it's University of Bahamas, isn't it? It does always baffle me when the game has the shortened one and then doesn't show the long name in here, presumably because it's not in the database. But like, come on, a little bit of effort, right? A few Turkmen, actually loads of Turkmen dudes. One doesn't even have a club, in fact. Hello, Danny. Transfer room settings of Poland. When I offer out via transfer room, I still get offers from other nations. Is this something you struggle with? I'm not sure what you mean specifically. Which setting are you referring to? Do you mean transfer room? Hang on. There's the... No, that's not the right one. Where's that other setting gone? There's another setting that we... Oh, it's from responsibilities, isn't it? This one. This one. This one here. So this won't stop you from getting loan bids from non-Polish sides. It just means that that's what you're targeting, basically. There's never been a way to actually fully stop it. But, yeah. Bear in mind, I actually rarely am ever offering players out via transfer room anymore. Not like directly. I'm usually using transfer room out more specifically because that way you're actually going where the interest already is. But yeah, this doesn't actually force it to be like that. In the past, this used to also work on the development list and that would then stop it. But it's sort of just a guide to it, basically. I think the only way to truly actually only offer it to Polish sides would be to go into each individual player individually and then specifically offer it to Polish sides from that player's profile. But nobody's doing that because it just takes too long to do anything even close to doing that, right? Free agent guy. So this guy here, Murdan Cheknazarov. He's very fit. That much we can say because that's the only thing we know about him. But he was getting in the under-20 squad at least, I suppose. But he doesn't look to be the best player. Yeah, Turkmen guys, realistically, I mean, you might get the occasional Arkadag dude, because after all, they win every game, so he's bound to be decent enough. Yeah, these guys are more for, like, just scouting in general, because of natty caps. But if we do happen to find a great striker in there, then it makes it even better. Loads of Tonga dudes, couple of Togolese fellas, probably worth a scout, just because of good stuff. The Gambia from... Actually, I tell you what. He's actually a striker as well. Yusufa Toure. Mostly just because he plays for Falcons. With a... Ah, wait. Welcome to Falcons FC with a Buko United written on it with a tiger. That might be a badge pack issue. Pushing all the buttons and helping. Yeah, all that. I mean, you can, when you actually go in and you offer via transfer room for a player, offer out, you can set it to specifically Poland, but it's so, you have to do it, you can't do it in bulk and you can only do it manually. It's just, it's not worth it. It's actually easier to just disregard all the other bids you get from outside Poland in the end, unfortunately. The game has made it very difficult for you to do things like that. No, I mean, you can do it, but with 200 players, if I did that, I would never do anything else. I would spend my entire life doing that. And, you know, I've got I've got pizza to eat. You know, actually, I do have pizza to eat. Oh, I've got cold pizza in the fridge from last night. That's going to be fire later. That has reminded me of that and instantly made me feel even better. The Tajik dudes, unless there's... Oh, hang on. Yeah, you're right. Excelsior dude. Javiro Depareggio. He is actually a striker as well. We know literally nothing about him, but other than that, he came from a team called Inter Mungatapa, who are definitely a Surinamese team. He's who actually have a play on the team called LeBron. They have a team called Driven Crony. There's a guy playing for them called Driven Crony. That is a henchman name. 100% is a henchman name. 5'6" henchman though. He is not henching anything. Driven Crony. He's the one that drives the Escalade. And then we've obviously got LeBron Van Gunter as well. Incredible. He plays for a team that the actual president has played for. Incredible. It's the personality type we didn't know we needed. Underrated team in terms of names actually is Suriname. Like Javincio Penis. It's not quite Amauricio Penis, but it's up there. In fact, that does make me wonder actually if there's any more penises now, because I'm pretty certain that guy wasn't around, because before there was only 2 penises in the whole Milan penis, Jorge penis. Actually, there's quite a few now. Dave. I thought he played for a team called Bacon. Then you got Priscilla penis. Lars penis is solid. That's it. There is Dave penis though, which is an incredible one. I do enjoy Dave penis. It's got a mustache as well. Oh dear. You can't know if you're going to be called Dave penis. You got to really. I could look up other drivens. There's probably a couple more, right? No, there isn't. He is the only driven in the entire save. Driven Crony as well. That also means that Driven Penis is in the Surinamese name pool as a potential name that could come up at some point in this save. So I'm glad at least we've discovered that today, if nothing else. I'll 100 points for that. Let me just check on Crony. See how deep the rabbit hole goes. Oh, there's a couple of Crony. Javiro Crony, obviously. Driven Crony. Devon Crony, and then Giovanni Crony, who does sound like he would be dangerous. 2 of which are both at Utrecht as well. In fact, he played in a Conference League game this season. What about you? And he probably played in the final, actually, didn't Crony? And then Lucy Bronze, for some reason. Maybe her middle name is Crony, and this is the first we're learning of it, perhaps. Brothers Pot, I mean... let's see. That's the wrong one, Matt. Every time we think they're brothers, they never are they? Right, personal, favourite personnel, blah. One day. Yeah, the Mob Goon. Giovanni is the perfect name for a crony, quite frankly. Yeah, he's quite a small name pool as well. I mean, LeBron as well. This one might have a couple of different name pools available to us. No. You've got LeBron Purcell, LeBron Habbo, loves a hotel, and then LeBron Van Gunter as well. True, he might have disowned him. Who could say? Right. Where the hell was I? Oh yeah, Excelsior, dude. Jesus. I got so off track, which is entirely normal. South Sudanese dude called Nyong Ter. I'm just keeping an eye on the names now. I do wish the names were just... I feel like they're harder to read in general. Oh. Solomon Islands. Probably not for us. Singapore, there's a lot of them. But unfortunately, they all play for the usual suspects, I think. Because that's how your trip was. Driven Fur. Good. Big fan of just driven anything, frankly. Wait, Generation Foot. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. I'd like a good... I swear, I saw a Sierra Leonean player when I was doing some prelim scouting. I don't think he's one of these guys. But I could have sworn I saw one. Ibrahim Cole. I mean, I gave them all a scout. But I could have sworn I definitely saw a Sierra Leonean player when I was doing some prelim scouting. And I think I did get a scout report on him, and he had OKPA. So he'll probably come... Excuse me, he'll probably come back around again. Right, what about you? Abdu Kwame. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That's more like it. I mean, he's just immediate sign. 18 years old. In the Senegal national team squad, but hasn't played for them yet. Straight in there. Thank God I was like, whoa! Competition for places and plenty of playing time over the course of a season. Brother, you're 18. How good could you possibly be? Play for your club. Sorry, why? I'm going to agree to it, and he's going to end up becoming the next Mauro More, isn't he? Some of these guys do have, what's the word? The audacity. It seems. Did he just watch one game and it was the Atletico game and thought, nah, these guys are absolute bobbins? Great name. Yesuge Pekgersh. That's a good name. And also, he's insane as well. Jesus, these players. What about the second Senegalese dude? Playing FC manager career, can use suggest a decent left back. I'll be honest with you. If you mean by FC, do you mean like FIFA? Because if so, no, I can't because I don't have FIFA or FC or whatever it's called. Because this is where I'm a bit confused. Maybe. Oh, what's happened now? Yeah, FIFA. Then I have no idea because like I don't play it. I played FC 23, I think, or whatever it's called, or 24, maybe. And then the last one I had before that was FIFA 19. I certainly won't be getting the new one. Oh, hello. Oh, unfortunately it's Romano. I'm afraid it's not actually happened yet then. Okay, I'll wait for a journalist to tell me it's happened. But that's that was about the amount that I was seeing being quoted, in fairness. But when a journalist reports it, we can sort of go for it, I guess. But it's been rumoured for a little while. We're talking about did in fact do it, yeah. They did. They won it on penalties after a drab 0-0 draw where the thing that actually won them, it was a opposition player missing the goal entirely. It was not a good game. But the win's the win, right? So there's Yaba Diagne. He's not bad either, actually. He's certainly worth a punt, unless he also wants to be a starter for us as well. Different reasons players can retire from international games. There are, I mean, the players sometimes, they used to actually give you their reasons, if I recall, but I've noticed a lot of players retiring at about 29. But that seems very young. Is it because, I think I heard something where sometimes they can retire if they're having to travel a lot. So say the nation they're from is really far away from where your club is based, sometimes they can retire then, I guess. But I actually don't know. The Major Broader squad soon. Jesus Christ. He's better than a lot of the regions we get in our youth intakes. Christ on a bike. Which club did he come through at? I'm trying to actually find out. Born in Loughborough. This is a Loughborough student say. Yeah, I mean, it's... I'll just wait for it. A journalist to announce it. I mean, he's probably likely to be thinking... We were talking about this earlier. Like, it's very likely that was happening. I would still like to get Petark, though. Like, Shea Charles would be a really fun signing. Now that Lukic is gone... If anything, that seems to have freed up the ability for us to do that. We wanted to sort of wait until Lukic had gone, and then it was like, right, we must now act on Shea Charles, I suppose. I did just build on that guy, right? Then we've got Samaranese guy, probably not it. There's a team called Soggy, though. One in, one out. I mean, to be fair, with Fulham, it's usually loads in and then... Sorry, loads out and then none in and then none in and then none in. And then eventually some in, maybe, on loan. On Sky Sports 2, wow. A deal in principle. Wait. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. That one really had me. I was like, a deal in principle to sign Shea Charles. Can't be dealing with this, fuck's sake. It's because it didn't have a picture. I was actually like properly like, yeah, some delicious journalism. I was a Russian player here. Weirdly. Getting anything else? I don't know. I thought maybe it was about Petark or something. I can dream, all right. Plutarch and Titus. Panama. Michael Rueda. I mean, actually, is he okay? I feel like if he was that good, he'd probably be playing for them already, but still. Could be worse. A couple of Papua New Guinea. Actually, I'm going to not sign them, but scout them anyway. Why not, right? Is it Willian's birthday today? Ironically. Oh, Willian, my guy. Happy birthday, but don't come back, please, not again. Rwanda's Pakistan. Ooh, oh yeah. Mohammed Ahmed. Well, he's not ripping up trees when it comes to interesting name combinations, but he's got great vision and great work rate. And that is it. But still, he played for Afghan FC in Pakistan. feel like I'm wading into territory here that I shouldn't be. But either way, that's it's well. There's a load of. Hang on, there's loads. There's also a guy LAFC here called Saeed Khan, who's actually not bad. Good jumping reach, good command of area, good handling, good one-on-ones, good reflexes. Where were you last season, Saeed? Ah, dearie me. It probably is a border team, yeah, but still. Pakistan Airlines? Wait, what? There's a team just called Pakistan Airlines. Wait, is that just the logo for Pakistan Airlines too? Is this a bit like Airbus UK? And then you've got Curl, which, oh good, is short for Curl. Good to know. What is that logo? It looks like a Wobbuffet. Sure. Also, this is not entirely circular and is cut off in various places too. Charles something good. I don't know for sure, Dan, but he seems like a lot of excitement around him, which is something, right? It's nice to see Fulham being linked with players that people are going, ooh, yeah. I feel like the amount of times that this summer already, and recently I've been looking at Everton and going, God, that's a good signing. That's another good signing. This filter here is basically players between the ages of 15 and 18 that we have no knowledge of, just to stop us from getting the same players as always, that are in their national team squad, but that doesn't mean they have any caps. It just means they are in the squad currently. So it's a way of finding players that might be on the cusp of making an international appearance, but haven't actually taken that step yet. So you can kind of get a bit of a head start on scouting them in theory. It is a big step up for sure. North Mariana. There's a team just called Shirley's. That's just a cafe, isn't it? Basically. North Korea. North Korea. Anyone good here? Oh my days. I might just scout the whole lot in the hopes that one of them might be touching 100 PA. Maybe. Nigerian he's at Porto. At the very least, right, we didn't miss out on him because he was poached by Porto from Rovers. It's not like they've taken him from, oh my God, he's a wing-back and a half. I'm going to scout him anyway because I'm curious, but he looks like he could be peak wing-back. Naeem replacement one day? Maybe he's him. A couple of Nigerian dudes. A New Zealander playing for Birkenhead. Daniel Taylor. Wait, is this... Yeah, I was going to say, this is not... I thought that was a New Zealand team. Daniel Taylor of Birkenhead. I bet that's a much nicer looking area. There's also this guy who is probably going to be, what? Aruban, Curaçaoan, another Surinamese dude, Ivanildo Bocade. But Telstar, so he's got Dutch youth rating. It's definitely not just I mean, technically it is outside Liverpool, Hayden, in that it's very, very outside Liverpool. Khan Research Laboratories. Oh, damn. The logo's even harder to read on here. This sounds like they'd be the villains in like a new Fallout game or something. I'm here for it. They're like the Institute, but they produced very average, in this case, Pakistani footballers. I believe it was Pakistan, wasn't it? Nepal. Loads of Nepal. Nuclear weapons, I see. So the players are glowing green. Yeah, it's a bit Resident Evil 2, actually. Yeah, fair. Myanmar. But usually the same teams as always. Mozambique. A couple of players on the Costa del Sol. Have a look at those guys. Ooh, Montenegro, dude. That would be nice. Bit of Istra. 18 years old. Nenad Milosavljevic. I mean, there's enough green on his profile to the point where you're like, okay. And he came from a team called Arsenal Tivat as well, who've got the FAI badge there, which is good. He looks okay. 18 though, so obviously... Yeah, he's only used... fuck it, we could just punt on him, right? We will still make an offer, because otherwise we'll end up paying silly compensation or something, wouldn't we? £10,000 a week! What? Have I fallen into the shadow realm here? £10,000 a week? Who are you? I want to scout him, though, because I really want to see why he thinks he's worth 10 grand a week. Yeah, I must know why he thinks that. Either that or we're about to find the next big Montenegrin football star. There is no way he's worth that. He's earning £4 a week currently. That's a few times that players have tried to do that to us now, which is a little bit concerning. And I don't know why they're doing that. Micronesia, probably not for us though. There is a team just called OI here. Oh, good. Cheers. Montenegro Messi, yeah. He's either... Yeah, I think it's more likely to be the former of those two things, Steve, unfortunately. A few Maldives ones. For Poland, but he wants to win things, surely. Although apparently what he wants to win is just contract. Outer Islands. Okay, maybe my name fixers messed a few of these things up, potentially. Nothing great there. Malaysia for Perak, Macau, that's all going to be... Jesus, loads of them. Ah, good old Tim Leck, my guy. I feel like there's a lot of teams that are called things like Concord. Also, shout out to Lumlock as a name too. Some good badges actually going around there. A couple of Libyan players. Right, that's better. Libya never... always threatens to have okay players, but never quite delivers on it in the end, unfortunately. A Lebanese dude at Vila. Mohammed Hamoud. Danish youth rating. They picked him up for a team called Tadamoon. Good badge. Don't mind a bit of that. He could be fun. Then these two sound like that. I thought they were called Sofa for a second there. A couple of Laotian guys. Q80s. Loads of Q80s, in fact. Okay, Sporty. Oh, yes. Give me that default badge. The second Libyan... Oh, yeah, there was a bit of blue on him, I noticed. Mohsen Belaid. Oh. He's actually got quite good attributes. And he's not a lunatic, which is good. So I'll swing back around in a minute, but just that alone, for free, can't hurt, can it? This is how we find a lot of our loan farm fodder these days. I'm going to have a look at the other guy too, actually. See his buddy here, Mahmoud Ben Hamed. Probably not quite as good, but he does have 6 caps. Or maybe take the other guy. And we can bring that guy and his friend if he complains. Kenya. And then underneath that, though, I get the feeling that the other guy underneath here is not actually going to be Ivorian. Oh, he is. Oh, he's very Ivorian. Bryce Corey. I mean, he might not sign for us yet because 7... Nope, he will. Love to see it. Excellent. And he's even less insane than the other guy. This is why Ivory Coast is just the kings of these things. These types of players. I mean, I think we're unlikely to find a better player in this, say, probably from the Ivory Coast than Stefane Diabate. That guy is absolutely goated, right? But he could do the job. Although Diakite was kind of okay for a while. Hong Kong dudes... Honduras, Raul Maldonado. A little bit more pricey. Would probably scout him a bit further. But he's not bad. Guyana at Colchester, which is great. Osai Clark. Actually was from... Yep, Colchester's Youth Academy. Not even poached either. He was born in a place called Ansgrove. But England youth rating is much, much nicer. We like a bit of that. And then Guinea-Bissau at Fiorense. Epifanio. Good name as well. Epifanio Gomes. It's Bafatembi's long-lost friend. He was born in a place called Buba as well. I'm liking him more and more. I will scout him properly, though, because he'll probably be worth a lot of money, given that it's in Portugal. But he's called Epifanio Gomes, and he's from Buba. He's won me over immediately. Plus Portugal youth rating. Nothing wrong with that. And a couple of Guinea guys. Haroya. Haroya are okay, right? Was it Haroya that Iash Mariba randomly went back to when he was in his late 20s in one of my saves, where he'd left like RB Leipzig or something and just went back to Haroya on like £50 a week or something, but he was like 26 or some bollocks. It was crazy. Guatemala. They'll obviously get scouted because occasionally you do get a guy, but no one's standing out there, I suppose. Ghana and USA. Wait, was Ghana in there? Ghana's further down. Wings, Guam, Guadalupe, Luca Dudley of old Lincoln Red Imps. Why not, right? This is the Holy Scoop filter, basically. So it's I know it says it isn't that, but it is. It's in my filters pack, basically. It's finding players that are in their national teams, basically. So under the age of 18 that are in national teams, but it doesn't always have to be they've played for them yet. They could just be in the squad. Ooh, paying quite a lot of MLS tax on guys like Kwaku Sekiera here. Still worth scouting, but that's tough. Then a few Gabonese dudes. Anthony Nubi. Always worth a little scout, but no one's standing out as being especially good. France, right. The question is, which ones are these guys playing for? Francois Viala, who plays for Prey Veng in Cambodia. Except, unfortunately, this isn't particularly helpful because he's just Cambodian. He just has France nation of birth, so he's not got he's not got French youth rating, unfortunately. Yeah, they did. It would have been sick if we could have found a Cambodian player who was playing in France, because then we'd get France youth rating on them. That would have been dope. No, sorry, I know that Cambodia is a former colony. I was excited because I was considering the possibility that if you could get a Cambodian player with French youth rating, that's when it's really poggy. Christian Lara, who's from Guyana. Few Fijians. No one really stands out there either. Oh, hello. Couple of Faroese dudes. And then a guy from Levadia who's got quite a high world rep. Lauri Luhakurda. Estonian, 7 caps at 18. Parsi boy. 6'1". He's quite fun. I quite like him. Plus, we don't find many Estonians. We still haven't actually found a good one. I mean, I say he's quite fun. I know nothing about him whatsoever, but in my head, he's fun. His Estonianness makes him more fun. We'll have a bit of him, right? Plus, he's got an alliterative name. Has no work rate. He won't have to do any work. We've got other players to do that for him. Egypt at Pyramids. Here we go. Oh. Everything I see about this man, I immediately love. Plays for Pyramids. Has this haircut. Has a moustache at 17. His name is Raider. What's not to like about Raider? In the Egypt squad already. I might just punt on him now, if he's up for it. Go on, lad. Love it. Not a striker, but hey, who cares, right? It's Raider. That's fantastic. 400 grand, I'll happily play it. It's worth... Oh, okay, fine. Why not? It's worth it for the memes. Might be a pirate. He could be. And has the other side. You've got to get down to the Southern Africa for that, right? That's where my Sierra Leone man's going to be at. I'm feeling it. Loads of East Timor, but I'm... Wait, isn't that... Oh, no. I thought it might have been the Portuguese team. That one. Oh. They'll get you like that. God, that's a lot of East Timor. Did they just call up a brand new squad? Shout out to Don Bosco. Oh, wait, hang on. That's in... Oh, no, he's 16, though. 16. Now, it's Burundi. But I think that means he's got Dr. Congo youth rating, maybe. Yes, he does. Which is a lot higher than Burundi. So David Hakizimana is still likely going to be terrible. But he's got a slightly better chance of not being terrible. Dominica dude, Curacao from the Victory Boys. A couple of Costa Rican lads here, actually. One of them's 17. Esteban Suarez. He's a striker as well. Definitely worth scouting, if nothing else. And then Esteban Alfaro. They're okay. Especially called Barrio Mexico as well. A couple of Cook Islands. Congo. Julesy. Love that as a first name. Temo Pele as well is a good surname. But Julesy, I like it. It's like he's just misspelt the month. China? Oh, he's on loan. Ren Chianki. I mean, I'll scout him anyway. Cape Verde. Here we go. Claudio Miranda. He's on loan from Passos. Could be good, though. Oh, Tony's at Salt Lake. I mean, that's still going to cost, but it's better. Hang on. Cambodia. Let's see if we can find a French guy in here. Oh, yeah. He's 18, though, which is a bit worrying. Any French teams in here? Doesn't look like it, actually. Considering how many there are, it does appear to be mostly domestic size. Naga, well, that sounds like a theme park. And maybe it is, but happiest place in Cambodia. Another Burundian dude. Ramadan Akanakimana. Probably not him, is it? Couple of Burkinabe guys, though. And they've got a lot of game time. And they're both quite young. Okay. They'll obviously get swept away later anyway. Oh, Brunei. Okay, probably not Brunei then. British Virgin Islands. Wallowers. Love them. Bhutan. This is where it gets a bit more easier to move through these sometimes. I mean, maybe I'll scout Bermuda. There's a little bit of blue poking through there on this guy. Kamaje Jabari. Mostly just because he's very aggressive and jumpy. Belize. Careful. Oh, hello. Who's this? Armand Kobinan of Benin. He ain't bad either. Barbados. Bangladesh. Bahrain. Muharak are usually okay. I haven't had an amazing Bahraini player before. Bahamas? Oh, I thought it said Boca Juniors then. Jesus. Aruba? Anyone maybe born in the Netherlands? Antigua? Old Road. Good badge again. This is more of an exercise in badge finding, to be honest, and I'm fine with that. High jumping rich guy. This guy here. Abdulrahman Sayer. I mean, he's probably terrible, but he does have 3 caps. They've seen him good enough to get some caps at least. Angola. Ah, now we're talking. 4 Angolans, all in Angola still as well. Fresnel Kalenga. Jesus, that's quite an expensive price for an Angolan, actually. Are we curious to see about him? Oh, that's the same guy. And then Numo Carvalho, also not too bad. Damn, have they had a golden generation here? And this fella here, Bartolomeo Nkondi. Not quite as good as the other 2, but those first 2 guys, both of whom I think were, yeah, Augusto. And there's this guy down here. Brel Muanga. Ah, no, he's Congolese, but presumably came through an Angolan side. Still, I like that guy. American Samoa, not like to bring a lot, but they've got a lot of players. And Afghanistan at the very bottom. 3 different dudes, all from Attack Energy, though. Okay. So not spectacular work there. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly go for another pee. I've been drinking a lot more today because of the heat. I shall return in a moment and we can have another dive into these guys as well, because I think some of them are very usable potentially. Uh-oh. You let him win again, chat. What are we doing here? This is incredible behaviour. Oh, dear. I even wrote the answers down for Inferno, and yet here we are. Another gap's got larger. Can't believe this. Unreal behaviour. And back we go. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but and this may not be the case, but there was a leaked Fulham kit for our potential third kit. And I'll tell you what, it is absolutely gopping. And I mean, I'm hoping to God that it is not actually our third kit. Thank God you don't actually have to use third kits very often, because it truly might be one of the worst kits I've ever seen. We're talking central badge, central logo, central everything, and on a horrible lilac. I'll see if I can find it, because it looked shocking. Third kit leak. See if I can find this. That's the away kit. I I can't seem to find it now, which is probably for a good thing. But it was truly awful. Yeah, I can't seem to see it now, which is probably a good thing. Or I'm just not looking in the right places. I don't know. I just randomly saw it on Instagram and it looked shocking. It was like a lilac colour with these weird lines on it. And then it had the ClickHouse thing. And then both badges were central above it. Just no. Absolute no. Shopping. What big signing film this year? Another used up Brazilian? What? I don't know what you mean. Like, we've just signed 2 guys from Real Madrid. And then we're apparently signing Shay Charles from Southampton. Which... But, yeah, I don't know. Are our signings bad? I think we're doing all right. So far, at least. It looks a little bit like this. Yeah. But even more lilac-y with... Imagine this, but with central badges. Yes, this. Oh. Fuck. This exact thing. I don't know if I can do the image in another tab. But yeah, this was the one. I mean, if this is actually it, I would say it looks like a training top, but I don't think it's even good enough to be a training top. Sleep uniform. It would probably be the worst kit we've ever had if this has actually ended up being it. It wouldn't even be. It would be bad if it was normal badge positions, but it's very pajamas, isn't it? That can't be to have such a nice second kit and then come along with that. That was definitely the one I saw, though. Oh, shit, I need to press continue. That would have been bad. Horrible looking thing. But yeah, that is definitely the one I was looking at. Right, so we've done that. So what other... Oh, we've probably... 20 is plenty again. We're probably a good shout, actually. Yeah, I mean, I think if that happens and we do put that out, we probably deserve it at that point. Right? Is this the... See, that one doesn't look horrible. Because it's got a bit more to it, but I'm still not a huge fan of everything Central Badge. I feel like Central Badge, everything kits just don't look right to me at all. It's shocking. But I did see a kit from Villa that was not this one, and it looked a lot worse. So I'm kind of glad they've gone with that instead. Because there was one I saw late last week that looked much worse. Textless sponsor. Oh, no. Where is this whole centralizing all the badges thing come from? Did someone just accidentally hit the wrong alignment button inside, like, Photoshop or something? Oh, God. All of these would look better if it didn't have central badge. I know that they've got it there because of the central thing, but still, if they just had them off-centered, it would look okay. Oh my God. Where did this trend come from? I don't understand it. I don't think I've ever seen a single one of them that I thought looked actually any good. Yeah, they've all suddenly started doing it, and I don't think I've ever met anybody that actually likes them. But they do keep making them, I suppose. Imagine if someone actually showed up on this search. Oh my God, there's 5 of them. That's rare that I see anybody on the initial search. Final was terrible, Viva, but they won. And that's what matters on penalties after a 0-0 ball draw. But they won the game. They've won a trophy, which means good things for reputation, which reminds me, I still haven't fucking checked that. I can swing back to this in a minute. I want to check the reputations of the other Polish sides to see where they're kind of at now. So basically, we're worldwide, and pretty much all of the teams that matter to us, at least, are all just national. In fact, everyone is national. Every extra class aside, anyway, is national. Shout out to our B team, though, with the worldwide rep. The best kind of bad game, exactly, yeah. A single PSG shirt. I mean, Man United is just such a global brand. I feel like pretty much anywhere you go is likely to be like that, but I think that... I wonder how long it would take for them to lose that. When Gucci's gone, they won. They managed to win the game through a missed penalty. And by missed, I mean missed the net entirely. I feel like lilac is a tough one to make work. Purple kit is purple. I feel like Spurs have had kits that look like this before, so it's not as striking in terms of like, oh my God, you know? But there is a lot going on with it. It's... Unless this is just because of... Oh, that's a watermark, I think, isn't it? Right? Is that a watermark? I hope it's a watermark. We do love Polish teams winning things for once. We could learn a thing or two from them, really, couldn't we? Let me just look at the European rankings, maybe. I don't know if this actually works very well for the individual club rankings. Oh, no, you can't see reputation ranking. Oh, no, you can. Oh, no, you can't. It kind of shows, like, a random smattering of them based on whatever the fuck it feels like, I think. Not that any of our other teams have even got into that level yet. Which might be an issue. And that might be part of the reason that they're struggling in some of those games, because the reputation thing kind of doesn't work with that. Has the extra class actually maybe gained reputation? Oh, no, it wouldn't matter yet, would it? Because it doesn't update it until God knows when. I think we are still 8th though, right? Because we're bottom of this, but we are still excellent. But it feels like we've been here forever. And at some point I'd like to think we'd start to encroach into this, but we just don't. Do you guys see that France, from next year I think it is, are getting Ligue 3? So they're changing the way that the Championnat National or whatever it works slightly. So they're going for a Ligue 3 as well, which I think is going to have like a salary cap on it or something, because it's a mix of semi-pro and pro teams if I recall. I quite like it, mostly just because I get to say Ligue 3, and that's fun. Hurts getting a hair transplant. Oh, is that what that was about? Did he need one? Portugal Liga 3 things. It seems like it, yeah. I believe that's the route they're going down, at least. I think I actually put that on my thingy. I don't know if I had that on my notes at all, actually. Also, Palace have signed Tomiyasu, which I saw this morning as well. I'd actually completely forgotten about Tomiyasu, bless him. Wearing a toupee last year. Really? So there's 11 experience, which sounds like too much experience, frankly. Or maybe you just want 20 experience. You could say, is that good? Just a bloke called Julie? Oh, no, Jules. Hey, each to their own. Whatever it takes him to feel confident, right? Yeah, I know he'd been on trial there, but I wonder if it was one of those like, hey, he's just sort of here to get fitness, in the same way that I think Yves Bissouma, for example, was training with Fulham for a while, but with no real expectation that we would be signing him, simply so that he could stay fit or something. No, I'm not in charge of the national team. We did briefly manage the Philippines for the World Cup, mostly because the Philippines qualified for the World Cup, and you had to at that point, right? Football cliches was a transfer. Napoli show for Romelu Lukaku. That does feel very... Yeah, it just feels right, doesn't it? We're no hard yesterday. I think, from what I heard, Alanga's absolutely fine. That's what I've been told, anyway, that he was absolutely fine. Oh, well, journalists is confused. Yeah, 26 plus add-ons. I think that's probably... It seemed like they wanted about 30, and then Fulham were doing their usual kind of, nah, and eventually we just end up paying what they want anyway. It's the Fulham transfer cycle. Circle of life, basically. Team tells us what we want, we refuse to pay it, and then eventually we just pay it. You know? We're going to go do a proper month-long trial. Yeah, you've got to earn it, right? I mean, I think if he could stay fit, he, like, could be an interesting prospect for Palace if they're picking him on a free transfer. A new Wisła kit? No, I don't know if I might have seen it. Actually, no. Have you got a link? I'm kind of curious now, because I may have seen it or I may not have done. Either way, I'm curious to see it again anyway. Evgeny Gavrilov. Okay, some of these 20 penny dudes are actually looking kind of decent. Islam Temsa, another Egyptian fella. Winger. Then Rabi Ndonga. Oh, I've got to go through the capture. Oh. What? Has anyone got a website that like I can actually look at the website at all? Oh. Either show the fucking ad or don't show the ad. Like, oh my god, the internet is so hard to navigate these days with this crap. It's like, I get it, you got to make money, but like, you're just blocking me from watching the content. I'm just going to go somewhere else. I just don't get it. It does look very nice though. That kit is exceptionally beautiful. I would love one like that, frankly. So yeah, for building a nation countries, I mean, it depends on your level of experience, right? And what sort of level of challenge that you want. Click past and they pop up, nice. But Poland and Hungary are really good and really fun for it. Ireland is a lot more difficult, but is still possible because of the rules package. But Austria is a good start one as well, potentially. He just looks so nice. Kappa have been doing some cool stuff lately. It just looks so classy. I still think that Swansea City third kit I got shown on stream the other day was one of my favourites. That was very nice. So there's this guy here, Luca. We actually have a Zambian striker already that could potentially be an option for it as well. I forget his name. He signed for us in the summer, but then he got loaned out. So maybe he could be up for it too. I can't remember who he is though. Maybe he's crap as well. There's every chance he's also shit. Let me just go try and find him. How many filters do I have? Loads. I mean, the more filters the better, right? There isn't a one size fits all, unfortunately, so I just basically go and I make as many as I need to, really. I think we've probably got about 10, 15 for different things, basically. Where can I find them? Exclamation mark filters. And 27, yes, probably just building a nation with Denmark, most likely. Last season's black. Wisła shirts are just really hard to get hold of. I could have bought one at the club shop when I was there, but I actually felt like think I've got more wear out of the things that I did buy, which was the shorts and the jumper. The jumper less so because it's the summer, but I don't know. I feel like I wanted things I could wear around a little bit more. Glow result, basically, Daiki was very good, and he won it. But we kind of came to the conclusion that you need a little bit more than just the good attributes. You basically need them to be aerially massive and dominant too, because the other goalkeepers that did quite well out of it, that didn't quite have the other attributes, did have exceptional aerial ability. And Daiki lacked a little bit of that. And I think that if you can find a guy that does a bit of both, that will kind of maybe be the secret sauce, which is why I've kind of built that into our next search, essentially. JP, CAFC, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Welcome aboard. Hope you're well. Why am I on this screen? Oh, strikers, yes. I completely forgot what I was doing there. Right, get rid of that, get rid of that. Central, oh, probably do need some kind of positional awareness there. Wait, is that all of them? Oh, not a club. There we go. That's all the strikers. So technically our best striker, not the club, isn't even a striker. There's Ramadan, there's Blanco. Ooh. We have a lovely little plethora of these lads here, don't we? Jesus. A lot of whose contracts are going to be expiring at some point in the next year, so I'm going to have to be careful with those guys. Potentially, at least. That's Palmer's goalkeeper. Basically, he's a really good keeper, but we don't know his actual attributes yet, so it's tough to say whether he's going to be worth us trying to spend the money on. But once we do, we'll have a better idea. But obviously, we haven't scouted him any further than we did at the start of stream, because we literally haven't progressed in order to do so. Any Asian team risen high on national rankings? Philippines. We actually had a look at this exact thing earlier, weirdly, for the first time on this entire save. Is this one? Oh, no way! Wisła Christmas sweater. That would have been so good this year. I wonder if HB Kyrgyz do one. Now, if they do, then suddenly it's very different. Beloy's aerial reach. That's a good question, actually. One sec. Let me just try and find that guy I was looking at. Are there any high potential guys out on loan? Oh, well that... What? Hang on. He did... He's likely going to come back because it's Pushtinir Pormitsa, right? Sorry, speaking of Zambians, this guy could actually be quite good. And possibly a contender for for XG on the beach. Look at the value on him. How much did I pay? 8 grand. Who's that from? Cafu Celtic. Yeah, I guess he's the 5-star PA. I mean, he'll likely come back. Because he ain't getting any games there. So he'll just want to immediately return. I don't think I'll be sending him back after that. Jesus, what a player. Some decent quality out there as well, actually. A few guys still here, in fairness. Obviously, it's tough to have 5-star PA points at this point. Oh, are these the HB Kyrgyz kits? Oh, that one is so good. That one is so nice. That one's nice too, but this one here is kick-ass. Love that. I love that they're sponsored by... Come on! Odd. Those into domestic are basically all of them. With the exception of maybe 1 or 2 players. But pretty much every single loan is domestic. So there isn't a thing that actually... Oh, is there? I don't think there is a thing that tells you, but... It's possibly less than 5, if might be even less than that. It'd be 1 or 2 at most loans that aren't domestic. The other 250 will all be domestic clubs. The Georgian guy. Oh, this guy. Not really a striker, unfortunately. Very good player, but definitely will need to get a loan for him, but he's probably not really a striker. In the running, Kyrgyz pretty much the decision, Steve. It's not even really much in the running. It's the only choice, really. Because we were doing Denmark, and that was the club that I kind of went, you know what, yes, these guys will do. Suzuki could do, but I almost feel like I'd want to bring in more new guys. Because Suzuki's just kind of... he's fine, but I'd rather replace him with the new guy, the new Japanese fella. Yeah, pretty much. If you see a foreign loan, it's like I accepted loan back when I was signing them. A couple of times I have loaned players to foreign clubs just to sort of get them out of my way a little bit, but rarely do I ever do proper long-term foreign loans. Waterfowl badge, exactly. It wins. Exhausted will watch... You'd love to see it, Jesse. Well, not the being exhausted part. That's not great, but as long as it's for a good reason. I'm feeling pretty exhausted today as well, actually. I made Pog make me promise not to go past 2 today because I've just been knackered. I think yesterday with the 40,000 steps or whatnot, I just didn't really sit down. I did the half marathon thingy, then I came back, had a shower, immediately went to the football, watched the football, then we went fishing. It's good stuff. It's just tiring good stuff, basically. Todzy, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, that's the thing. What do we want as our other criteria for it? Because we've got big guy, we've got small guy, we've got good guy, and we've got handsome. So that's 4 of the 11 immediately sort of sorted there. You want mad bloke, strong boy. No, I got a new license. My license has been extended. Pog didn't want to go fishing with no crim, you see. A low finishing guy. So he's a good striker, but he has bad finishing. That'll be really tough for us to find. To be fair, the tall guy also is the aggressive guy, because he's a dirty boy as well. Chance, though. Well, I mean, Suzuki, it's like you have to sort of earn the right to have a chance, and he didn't really do a lot. Let's have a little look. I'd like to get him in the loan farm, though. Right, what do I do? On loan or on trial, not a club. We go back to the first team squad. Or is this the first? No, there we go. Old bloke? Now, we want it to be young, because we wanted to have guys with, like, in theory, if they are any good, potential to go beyond that, I suppose. A centre-back striker mix. The winger that can play up front, I mean, we kind of have one of those out on loan, actually. If he ever did come back. Wait, no, he wouldn't. Wait, hang on. I just want to see. Oh, no, he's at Gornik Xhapjo. He's not
You
coming
got
back.
the points from these world-class streams. No more gifts for this account from my Waterford Wizard account.
Thank you very much, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. I appreciate that, friend. I hope you're well. It'd be tough to find one. 40 British pounds, that's actually not bad, really, when you consider how much English shirts cost, right? A stupid guy. Tough to know what that would... So a guy with, like... What would allow us to find out if he's stupid? The guy with every trait. I wish you could search by player traits, but you can't really, can you? High work rate. Yeah, high work rate guy would be a good one to have a look at, actually. By the way, this is the winger come striker type of thing, but he ain't going to come back. I hope not, anyway. And he's really, really good, in fairness, so I wouldn't want him to anyway. Fuck it. Let's have a little look. Let's see. Oh, was that tier 2? Oh, sorry. My apologies, Luke. I didn't notice that. Thank you very much, man. That's super duper duper nice of you, man. That's very kind. Oh, dear. Still £69. That's way too much for, like, last season's shirts. But, I mean, if people are going to buy them, people are going to buy them, right? Let me think about this. So, let's clear it all. Let's just do a basic one where we set the max to, like, 20. And then striker, obviously. Or... Hang on, I want is competent at striker. That way we can cover other people, just in case someone's got good attributes for it, right? That will give us 6,000 people. Nice. It's a good start. So high work rate would be nice. Minimum 15. What? Did I just misclick there? Because I feel like adding 15 work... Is that... No, wait, we do... Why are they showing up? I've had it matched to minus 40. My apologies. I was trying to match minus 40 attributes instead of 1. My mistake. Okay, 173... Sorry, we'll just keep upping it until we get to a reasonable amount. 300 still. Jesus Christ. 215. Are we getting all the way to 20? This is probably going to be the one, right? That'll do. Jesus. Okay. There's plenty of them. Do we know anything about any of them? One guy we know a little bit about, and it's a guy from Kosovo called Enver Shihai. Yeah, I suppose we just sort by work rate. So there's a few guys that are at the very top of this list. He, ironically, is one of them, in fact. I guess the crucial part is we simply have to go, right, what else do we want? Yeah, I guess because you look at, like, there's a Bulgarian guy here at Simba. Mladia? Miroslav Lishka. We know very little about him other than he has good work rate, but he is only 15. So, if there is any potential there. Yeah, I need to know why there's a guy called Georgi Penev, who's a Bulgarian that just randomly plays and came through, crucially, at Simba in Tanzania. He's quite good, isn't he? He was poached by Simba from Spartak Varna. Wasn't Spartak Varna the team in my previous save that had a tycoon and just took over Bulgarian football but couldn't win anything or something? I've never seen a team like... He's quite... Fuck it, do we just offer him an option? He's cheap enough that I'm willing to punt on him, right? Whether he'd actually be good enough or not is a different question, but he's certainly worth finding out about, if nothing else. I realise a lot of these are going to be huge surprises when we roll around the next stream and I can actually show you them properly, because we can't really progress until I do the Lone Farm extensions. But there's a lot of things I like about old Georgie here. It might behoove us to use a striker view rather than this. Let me import a new view, just so we can see more attributes, because at the moment obviously we're only seeing the ones I use by default. But if we were to put in one of my actual views that's specifically for a striker, I'm trying to think, which one do you reckon would have the most attributes as part of it? Centre forward, probably? That's a good amount. Please tell me work rate's on there. Of course it's not. I will add it as a column, just because that's actually what we're looking for. Typical, isn't it? There we go. Right. Oh, it's still in the same order, of course. Other than FM. Not for streams and stuff, but yeah. I mean, if anything, I don't really play FM outside of when I'm working. Although I haven't played a game for a while, in fairness. I really do need to just chill and play a bit of Mega Bonk or something. Like, that's... Oh, Channel Forward probably would have it as part of it, but we're losing the other attributes. Oh, Christ, I need to delete the current view. Yeah, fuck it. Let me switch over to the... other one. I just wanted one that had a decent number of attributes on it so we could see things better. Let's import the Channel Forward one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, nice. It'll still have the usual stuff that we need on it anyway. So Jermaine here. And he's called Hasselbank. And he has a cap. He is 20, so he's a little bit older. Wish we could see that. What the fuck? FM, hi. Could you, like, not resort my view for me for some... Why would it do that? Noah. Oh, wait. Where's Noah? Oh, Noah Sundberg. This guy. Oh, and he's from Bromma Poikana. They have really high youth recruitment. Noah Sundborg. He looks, like, drowsy, I suppose. I guess knowing more about him is certainly helpful. Just seeing, like, little clusters of, like, colours of the good kind, like this guy here, potentially, Alec White, of Colorado 2, the sequel. There's so many things, yeah. FM just has... Like, it remembers some things on certain screens, and you go, why is it defaulting back to that? And then other times, it just completely wipes all your progress. It's like, why would you not think to do that? It's another one of those times when I just question to myself, did anyone actually play this? Right. Pangiotis. There's a little bit about him. No heading that we know of. Plays for Kalamata. I mean, it's a bit in there. And he's got good work rate. Teamwork's a bit terrible. And Park Kim. That's all. Okay. He's fine, I guess. Colorado 2, Rapid 2. Wait till Colorado, Tokyo Drift. Colorado, Denver Drift, I guess. Snowdrift. Got there eventually. Oh, is that why? He's got himself a little groin strain on military duty, cheeky. Trying to get out of it. He's a pacifist, you know. Just want to see if anybody shows a little cluster there, but we're sort of... I'll tell you what we actually probably need to do is... Wait, why is it... Oh, it's using the bottom end. Hang on, let me just go down a bit further. Oh, that's it. That's all of them. None of the others really stand out as being goatee. I mean, there's a little clump here, but it might just be that we know more about them, so that makes them look better than they are. Alessandro Silva Lima. I guess if you're going to have a Lima that's one of the colours, that might as well be it. I think those ones that we found at the top are probably the best for that exact thing. But the question is, what other absolutely strange criteria could we want? Flair would be good. A proper techie dude could be quite good. Get rid of work rate. Put 19 flair in. 400 people. Now we're talking. Okay. Might have to go to 20 flair then. Unless it's done under... 236 people with high flair. Okay. I'm assuming flair is not part of this, so I will have to add it myself, which is absolutely fine. That'll make sense. No, it's mental, isn't it? God's sake. There we go. Ooh. Oh, baby. Now we're talking. Tiago Dobler. who is an Argentinian man. Very techie Argentinian man, it would seem, but he's only 15, I suppose, so there might be a lot about him. I have no idea. But just getting reports on some of these guys will be helpful because, I mean, that's actually David Mora, 20. Also quite expensive. Plays for Platense. Yeah, big clubs. The problem is we can't see their clubs here, can we? Unless they're over here. Ah, shit. Right. That's difficult. I don't think I can auto-size that any more than... Oh, it's made it bigger. Oh, no, wait, it has worked. Just about. So the game never used to really let you do that. To be fair, we don't really even need this one on here, do we? Because we already know that they're a striker. And since we can't see this information about them anyway, it's probably a bit worthless us knowing that information out of them as well. Can you get me Football Manager, please? Certainly, yeah. If you go to Steam and then go into the library, into the store, and then you go into Football Manager and then you click buy. Or, actually, there are cheaper alternatives, of course, than doing it through Steam, but those are your best options, generally speaking. Calamar from 20 years ago. Really? A gem dealer from Hong Kong? Damn. Maybe they were the uncut gems I've heard so much about, potentially. There's a guy at Watford here as well, called Jess Moncoeur. Very, very expensive, though. English youth rating, though. And then Juan Hurtado, but he's really bad. Juan Bartos. There's a couple down here that look a bit interesting as well. I thought it was called Daniel Murphy, then. We've got... There's a Greek guy here. And it's Effie. It's Effie from Skins, potentially. Dribbly and flary and agile. Scoufalis. Eftichis Scoufalis. It's a good name, too. He's kind of got like the holy trinity of that. And what about this guy here? Marcus Streibel. He's very similar, actually. It feels like they come with the high dribbling as well. Good agility, good balance. 19 years old. What's his like international record? 1 under 21 cap for Austria. That's actually not bad. Argentina, just in case. Did I not scout him? Unless there's a different Argentinian I didn't scout. There might have been another one, but I think I did scout him. Or is it this guy here? Yeah, the techie boys, they tend to come with those same things. There's another guy here. Oh, Bartos, yeah. Who can cross as well. Which is not ideal on a striker, to be honest, but... Jan Bartos. Ah, you see, he's not £52 million, though. It's like, could I even buy him at that point? Anyone further down? I mean, there's loads of them. It's Junior Yuhu, which is a great name. Santos Laguna, maybe? But you're right, yeah, looking at team names is probably better. Let me just scroll up so you can see a bit more of them. This guy here, John Gibrin. Nigerian. Plays for Mighty Jets. 20 as well. The issue with a lot of the 20-year-old guys is like, no caps, no hints of youth caps. It's like, if he was that good, he'd likely have some kind of surprise. Here's Surprise McKeezy. My guy. We probably do, actually, yeah. I think maybe we could squish it down a touch, perhaps. Because the 20-year-old guys... Did that just give me more players again? Oh, what I've done there is I've turned the... Wrong button. There we go. A Fulham guy for HG? I don't think we can afford a Fulham guy, even as a second-tier team. She's avoided the stewards. It's crazy. They never seem to be able to catch her. They're stood right in the doorway. They're like that guy that does the terrible pat-downs. MLX. Wait, let me just... Oh, yeah, there we go. So there's a guy at Dakwe Sukako, Saku Jeju. They produce players sometimes. San Jose Earthquakes. Partizani. Probably not. But there was a couple in there I saw, like Esperance Tunis. Shelbourne? Oh, yeah. Where's Agbaji of Shelbourne? From Dublin. Not very dribbly. He's just incredibly high flair, which I do like. He's slow, but has high flair. Basically, he's Lee Trundle. He's an Irish Lee Trundle. And that's not a bad thing. Do I go for the Esperance scout? Yeah, I did scout him. And then... that's Panama. The Charleroi underneath, though. Bilal Borrell, which is a good name. Leo Trundle, that's the guy. Carlos Zambrano. There's Aluminium Iraq, actually, have got some players, in fairness. Flamentari. Just straight up North Carolina. Levan Kwalagbaji. Maybe it's his son. Look at his pace, though. Probably not. Not from that age. If he's like 19, it ain't going to go up by much. Maybe 1 point of attributes. Like if they're 15, you can generally do a bit with their pace. But if they're 19, they're not likely going to get that much quicker than that. At most, perhaps 1. But at least it is something that can improve, unlike things like tackling. Real Madrid. I love Real Madrid, just as the team. Oh, hello. Who's this guy? Juan Cruz Turin. Okay. Alan's long-lost brother. Adama Traore striker. Yeah. Potentially. And obviously this will carry over into next stream, because what we'll do next stream is the same kind of thing we did last summer, where we just keep signing loads of guys. Once we've got it set, then we can take them into the Club World Cup potentially as well to get an idea, although maybe we won't be able to register some of them. But then by the league form, that might be next stream actually. We just do loads more signing and stuff, get them set up, and then after that we can then take them into the league season to start things off properly. We've got time, which is the important thing. Time is now on our side, thanks to the likes of Radomiak winning European trophies for us. Someone has to, I suppose. Tishrin, Shanghai Shenhua, potentially. I thought his name was Yu Hamlin then. Denny, absolutely fuming. Wait, didn't we look at this guy already? This guy was on natty caps. A small bouncy guy, like a youngster, like a short guy with really high jumping reach. That would be quite fun, actually. We just set like a, oh, I like that. We did find a guy like that, didn't we? Because we had the really tall guy that couldn't jump to save his life, and then the really short guy that could do loads. Praised purely because they're so young. I mean, but remember, it's not just like improving their pace. They probably could improve their pace a little bit, but it's like, it's relative to footballing terms. So like, there's only so fast a human being can be, and a lot of the elite athletes are already going to be quite quick, so they've already would have had, in theory, that same sort of training. So it's like, how much can you really gain at that point? What, a guy that's just pure speed and nothing else. He's just 20 pace, 20 acceleration. I am the fastest human being. I do like that idea, actually, the Usain Bolt option. They're so good in the lower league. Basically, in every lower league save, it's either, is this guy tall? Is this guy fast? Those are pretty much all I've been looking for. Hence why I ended up with Will Harley, who is 6'5". Has 4 finishing, though, which does kind of suck, and his heading is terrible. Oh, no, wait, no, he's got good finishing, but he can't head a ball to save his life. Wait, there's a Generation on Foot dude in here. Check SAR, and I will. Agile, techie, good off the ball. Anyone else? I'm trying to make sure I keep an eye on the attributes as well as the team names, just in case someone does come across that could be from a slightly smaller team. Norwegian sprinter. Really? Because, I mean, is he basically just like a reincarnation of Jacob Ingebrigtsen, the actual Norwegian runner, who's like ludicrously quick? Wadi Wolves, Degerforge, oh, know nothing about him. Plateau guy. Plateau guy. Oh, this guy. Oh, yeah, I didn't see him. Tiamoko. Oh, he's called Drogba. It's a striker called Drogba from the Ivory Coast. He's got heritage, if nothing else. 18 jumping reach, 5'7" centre back. That's the dream. Just for the memes. It must look really fun in the match engine, right? Insane Saudi. Well, you got a cheap one. Good God. Holy Christ, he's good. How are you finding these players? I feel like I never find players as good. Maybe I do, actually. I don't pay them enough attention, I guess. He's pretty good for 17, yeah. And he's called Drogba. Do we just try and sign him? Would he actually be interested? He would. Fuck it. If we can sign him, it'd be rude not to, right? The option's right there. Didier would be so proud. What whereabouts he was born in the Ivory Coast? He was born in Kumasi. I don't know where Drogba was born, to be fair. Yeah, I think he's worth punting considering his quality levels. This guy's actually not too bad. Oh, where is he actually? And he's Brazilian, which can mean any number of things, but usually doesn't mean bad things. Let me get back down a little bit, see if there's any more. Since there's quite a few of these guys. Because the thing is, the flair could still be quite a lot, but we might just find another player who's only got like... He might end up being in the middle of the road for flair, but he could still be goated in other things, to be fair. Or at least give us the hint that he could be and go, hello, who's this guy? Turkish dude, Ankaragucu. Another Esperance dude. Because sometimes in FM, you're just clicking around and you click on a player for no apparent reason, essentially, and then they're just suddenly really good. We have found players like that in the past, just by clicking around. I'm convinced, wasn't that how we found Moaz Nasser all those years ago? Who I still reference to this day, because I'm hoping we find another Ethiopian as good as him. Abrima, yeah, he seems like... Ooh. Where's he gone? Hang on, I've lost him now. Gotto there of Tondela. And then we've got Oh, there's Ibrima of Fortune FC. Probably worth a little look. A good name is always a good enough reason. But it would need to be a goated one. Ninjago intro. Are we actually? That was the Gospel Youth? Huh. And then this guy here, Cameroon? Couldn't... I mean, there's worse players. Artotolo. Petrolu Ploiesti. Ooh, oh yeah, this guy here with very little knowledge, but after all, that's not even a bad thing here. He is 19, so he's probably slightly on the higher end. Yeah, I skip them sometimes because I don't, you know, if there's nothing there, it's tough to, but Romania could cook. In the same way that this guy here, hello. This guy here, for example, Michał Kurek, who is of GKS Katowice, could cook as well. I love that we have so little knowledge. I guess he's probably from this year's intake, isn't he? Which means we haven't had a chance to go and scout him properly yet. There's a guy here called Chancellor Bekabenge, who plays for a team called Missile. He's crap, clearly, but that's good. I guess it's just because he's a brand new Polish player, likely from this year's intake, so we probably don't know as much about him as we should do. Although it's still weird that we don't have, you know, basic knowledge of him would be good. Oh, another batch. Monastir, that's Tunisia. Anas Abdi is decent. Fulham transfer. Oh, what have we done now? Hector Force, we told he can leave Barcelona with Fulham. Oh, really? Another one? God, we're just signing all the players out of Spain now. We were Portugal FC for a while. Now we're going to be Spain FC. And Niger, of course. Wilson Doob of Chicken Inn. This guy here, Austin Ismail. Amia Warriors. Oh. Not amazing. It went well, Jose. Radome actually managed to win the damn thing, finally. Albeit in one of the most terrible to watch games of football I've seen in a while. But they did get it over the line. This guy's an amateur player, Paul Solberg. I mean, we just signed him up, weren't we, right? $4,000 a week? You play for Flora. What about Fauna in all this? I mean, youngster. Oh my god, I mean... He's a proper... Actually, I'll just try and offer him the contract I normally do and see what he says. Okay, that's fine. It's 2 enough. It's 2.9. Still too much, probably, but we'll take it. Charles, we confirmed on it. I was 26 plus 4 or something, wasn't it? Ornstein, I believe, talked about it. Oh, that's Streibel again. Marco Streibel. So he actually has a bit of flair about him, too. Wait. Oh, he's put me back at the top. Cheers, FM. Always good when it does that. Again, like, why? Why would it do that? Oh, there's Gatto. Did I actually click on him earlier? Oh, we're already scouting him. He probably cost... it doesn't cost that much, actually. Manima Union, maybe? Halifax Wanderers. Guy with reasonable off the ball there. Oh, no, we looked at him as well. Christ's sake, FM. Trying to find what we were. Right, this was about right, wasn't it? Functionaries. It's just a cool name for a team. I don't think the player's any good, but the team name is cool. Club African and Esperance again. A couple of guys down here. Statistically, someone's bound to be good, right? Diambars, hello. Papa Diarra Diouf. No, Papa Dame Diouf. Don't think it's actually any good, but the club's there. And that's part of the battle. Wait, what is this team? Chaika Pashkano Shkopshka. Wow. I've never heard of them. And that will likely be remain the same. Oh, that's it. Interesting. So, Blanco, Hanson, tall angry guy, short guy. We could have flary guy. Holy scoop fine, probably, yeah. Sprinter. I think we're going to be able to find a really nice plethora of options and just go for a guy that's actually got some... Zambian guy, yes. Zambian guy if he comes back, which he almost certainly will. There's options here. And the thing is, we'll have time to work on that because obviously next stream we'll be able to progress a bit more in terms of the actual... Like, we'll be able to move forward with scouting rather than just be on the same day because of the loan farm extensions and stuff, which will allow us to actually sign people up too. And then we can take some... We probably won't be able to take them into the Club World Cup because, of course, we won't be able to register them all. And a Dharma Traore guy with really high strength would be good too, but also maybe not too tall. That would be good, actually. And then they can get themselves ready for us. Yeah, actually, we've got Boca Juniors and El Ahly was. I think did we play Vissel Kobe last time we were in this? Or something. 100% polyester shirt. Because unfortunately wearing no top on stream is just considered like bad form, I'm afraid. I just don't want to get banned, you know. The Mr. Men here, yeah, pretty much. Now, if only tickling was an attribute, because I'd be all about that. Now, we could quickly check in on that one last little look up here before we sort ourselves out here. It'd be in world rankings, wouldn't it? Here we go. And we can't... Oh, the filter button doesn't do anything, which is good. I think, honestly, that the biggest surprise in terms of jumps up the leaderboard is most likely... I mean, Japan are... They're certainly high. South Korea are decently on there too, but the one that's jumped up the most probably is the Philippines, honestly. These guys have done okay. Syria... Thailand have jumped a bit, but Iraq, to an extent... I think Indonesia up to 92 as well is pretty impressive, but the Philippines jumping up as high as they did is probably the biggest one. See for the bare chest. I mean, trust me, you don't want to see that. Not yet. Let me have some more time. Give me a couple more months in the gym, maybe. Dominican Republic, of course, yeah. But in terms of specifically to Asia, I think the Philippines' rise has been the most impressive, and partly that's down to us, right? How many traits they have. The problem is there's no way to check that, unfortunately, because you can't search by traits, and there's no way to know how many traits they have without looking on every single player's profile, and obviously we simply can't do that because there would be no time. If we just happen to stumble across a guy that has like 50 traits, I suppose it would be useful, but it's tough to remember to do that, especially as a lot of the time my face cam hides them. 3-4-3 with Milan and Pauling preseason. No one change of formation. Then I'm not really sure what answer you're looking for then. I keep burning dinner. No, I won't turn the oven down. How dare you? I'm not really sure what help we could be to be in that situation then. That's a tough one. Just Ruben Amorim. Oh, fair enough. That's a good point. Hang on, isn't Ruben Amorim... Oh, I see. I see what you've done there. I think that he's got him ahead. Oh, in Australia, did they actually? But that also does sound like another thing Amorim would do, to be fair. Just like, get a little tactics board out. I've got mine right here. It's got Coach Pog's tactics on it and whatnot. Suffering a press conference. Yeah. Hey, it's hot, all right? Give me a break. It's hot. Right, I'm going to save it here. So that at least you don't have to watch me do loan extensions today. That could have been bad. It's not going to be fine. Yeah, it's tough because my brain will simply not remember to do that. But occasionally, I mean, sometimes we will look at a player's traits anyway, so it might actually occur there. You tend not to get that many traits on the young regens, but sometimes you do, I guess. If we find a guy, then I certainly wouldn't say no, because we're obviously going to be looking for like the extra je ne sais quoi type stuff. Right. Who we raid into that? I mean, this is an obvious one. Crocodile Mouse. I'd rather sign Crocodile Dundee, actually. Because then he can play for one of the Dundee clubs. It's always an option. We're going to raid Dan. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is warm. But it's okay, because we're celebrating, because Radomiak have won a title. That means good things for them in terms of reputation in the summer. They're going into the Champions League next year. So next stream will be more of that, proper scouting stuff this time, because we can actually progress, and the Club World Cup in there as well, which is going to be dope, while we try to build this out to get an option and everything set up. We might potentially be able to sell someone as well to add a bit more space too. So if someone was to bid for Gomez, I'm not wedded to him, but it would have to be the right team, maybe Saudi or something, so he doesn't play against us and do all sorts of horrible things to us when we're not looking. Always stand. Yeah. In terms of for streams, I do, yeah, because it's just better. I get to move around more then. If things are happening, then I can walk around the room a little bit. It's also, if I was to be sat down, every time I would move things, the desk would wobble too much. So yes, I find it more fun to do standing streams. It just more, it keeps me energy levels up, you know? No point having a standing desk if you're not going to use it, right? Better for the back and whatnot, and for the posture. Yeah, so they're in the Champions League because they came second in the league, so they go straight into the Champions League. He'll do it for a while. Yeah, that's the thing he could do. Get cardio. Oh, believe me, I do. I got plenty of cardio without doing it standing up, but yes, I absolutely do now. Postage, yeah, check your backs, friends. Get some Hulk yoga going. Right, I'm going to send you guys over to Dan now before it does it for me. Thank you very much for joining me. We'll be back on Tuesday with more scoutery and more silly bollocks, and the wheel will be cracked out again. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to now